Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, and we are just
Okay.
waiting for our keynote speaker to join.
Yes, sure, sir. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, ma'am. So, a very good morning to one and all present here. I welcome you all to the International Conference on Gender Studies and Intersectionality, Understanding Gender and Class Dynamics with Policies, organized by Amity Institute of English Studies and Research at Amity University, Patna, in association with Women and Child Development Corporation, Government of Bihar, and Language of Arts and Human Sciences Hassan One University, Morocco. So this is our day one of our conference, and we have our keynote speaker, Dr. Mohammed Batoi, assistant professor of Flash, Morocco, Casablanca, and the chair of the session is Dr. Kishore Bhattacharya, associate professor and director, ARC, AUP. So, Dr. Batoi, I heartily welcome you to this session. So, So we shall begin with the keynote speaker of Dr. Batoi, and after that, we shall proceed towards proceeding of other papers and presenters. So Dr. Mohammed Batoi is a full-time professor at Hassan the First University, Morocco. He got his PhD in cultural studies from the University of Sultan Malo Silamani, Morocco. He is equally a holder of international leaders education in diploma from Arizona State University, USA. His research interest includes post-colonial literature, critical pedagogy, and cross-cultural studies. He participated in many national and international conferences, and he has published articles in different articles in cultural studies. So now I would request Dr. Batoi to to begin and enlighten us with his knowledge. Thank you. Over to you, sir. Sorry, you are not audible, sir. Could you please unmute your mic?
Is it okay now?
Now you're audible, sir.
Shall I start?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I say good morning in Morocco and good afternoon there in India. Let me first of all say thank you very much for inviting me to this interesting international conference on gender studies and intersectionality, understanding gender, class dynamics with policies. I'm very thrilled to share some of the insights related to gender issues in the Arab region as a whole and Morocco in particular. But before I start, let me thank Dr. Abhijit Ghosh and Dr. Janie Bohemic, I hope I pronounced their names correctly, for inviting me to participate in this interesting international conference. My presentation is titled Gender Dynamics and Policy Reform in Morocco, Progress, Challenges, and Future Directions. I will first of all talk about, I already devote my introduction part to talk about gender issues and policies in the Arab region in general, and I'll be moving to talk particularly or specifically about the context of Morocco. So I wish if I can share my, excuse me if I can share my PowerPoint. Okay, so yeah. So let me see, yeah. Please, a minute, please, if I can, yeah. Oops.
Are you able to share your screen, sir?
Sorry?
Are you able to share your screen?
Yeah, let me see. So just want to share the screens, my PowerPoint so I can. Okay. Oops, I'm sorry. So, yeah. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. Okay. Do you hear me now?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Okay, cool. So so in order not to waste time, I shall start without sharing my PowerPoint. It seems like it doesn't work on my computer. Anyways, so I'll be talking about the outline of presentation will be introduction, and then I'll be moving to talk about historical evolution of gender policies in Morocco, and then I'll be moving to talk about progress in gender dynamics in Morocco, and then political representation, and then ongoing challenges, and then I will end my presentation with future directions for policy reform in Morocco. So as introduction part, let me confirm the point that no country in the world has it achieved full gender parity as indicated by the Global Gender Gap Index. The Arab world in particular faces a unique confluence of cultural, legal, and socio-political factors that contribute to the persistent gender inequalities. These include entrenched cultural norms, legal discrimination, limited economic opportunities for women, and the representation in politics of the pervasive effects of conflict, displacement, and other issues. Despite the nearly universal ratification of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women, with only Somalia and Sudan as exceptions, many Arab states have attached reservations to key articles. This illustrates an ongoing tension between the desire for gender progress and the deeply embedded discriminatory practices that are resistant to change. Although Islam, let me confirm this point, although Islam, the dominant religion in the Middle East and North Africa region, is frequently blamed for the wide gender gap, research reveals that such an explanation oversimplifies the issue. The intersection of multiple forms of discrimination complicates the narrative, as cultural, political, and socioeconomic factors play equally significant roles. In response to global pressures and internal demands for reform, many Arab governments are adopting more progressive gender policies. This move reflects their effort to navigate between the need for external legitimacy and the need to maintain internal societal balance, particularly among conservative groups that view the traditional role of women in the family as sacrosanct. Why many countries, or why many Arab countries in particular, have reported progress in gender equality over the past decades, these advancements often stem from reversing laws that were overtly repressive. For example, Saudi Arabia's recent legal changes, such as allowing women to obtain passports without a male guardian's consent or to choose their place of residence, are hailed as major breakthroughs, even though they merely abolish archaic restrictions that existed well into the 21st century. Other countries, such as Jordan, Bahrain, and several others, have enacted reforms targeting sexual harassment and workplace discrimination, reflecting the region's slow but necessary shift toward a more inclusive gender landscape. However, these changes, though important, mark the beginning of a long journey toward gender parity rather than its realization. In Morocco, more particularly, the broader Arab trends of socio-economic challenges and cultural conservatism are evident, but the country also stands out for its significant strides toward gender equality, especially since the mid-1990s. Morocco has actively allied itself with international conventions, particularly CEDAW, and has introduced the key legal reforms aimed at protecting women's rights. Notable improvements in education and healthcare, such as increased life expectancy and reduced maternal mortality, highlight the positive impact of these efforts. Nevertheless, persistent challenges remain. Many Moroccan women still face barriers in the workplace, and gender-based violence, particularly domestic abuse, continues to plague society. Cultural conservatism often poses additional hurdles, with debates on women's rights framed against the backdrop of traditional Islamic values. Morocco's unique blend of modern and traditional influences has fostered diverse feminist movements, ranging from secular feminists advocating for a clear separation between religion and state to Islamic feminists who seek to reinterpret Islamic teachings in a progressive light. Despite ideological differences, these movements have collectively advanced women's rights, shaping the country's democratic discourse. Women's organizations, particularly NGOs, have played a crucial role in mobilizing grassroots support and challenging societal norms. So, building on this overview, the discussion will now delve into the significant progress Morocco has made in gender politics, highlighting key reforms and advancements in women's rights. However, I will also continue to highlight the persistent challenges which remain and which require deep analysis. Finally, I will explore future directions for policy reform, outline the necessary steps to further advance gender equality in Morocco. I'll be moving now to the next point, which is historical evolution of gender policies in Morocco. And they will start from the post-independence reforms. I mean, right after colonialism, what Morocco has done to improve the gender policies or design gender policies in Morocco. So as in the post-independence era, Morocco, like many other post-independence countries, experienced significant political, social, and cultural transformations. The nationalist movements that sought to overthrow French and Spanish colonial rule also carried within them early demands for women's rights, marking the intersection of national liberation and gender equality. However, the drive for women's emancipation in the immediate aftermath of independence in 1956. I mean, this is the 1956 Morocco got its independence. So aftermath of independence, 1956 remained constrained by traditional patriarchal structures and religious conservatism. The nascent Moroccan state, seeking legitimacy, initially aligned more closely with traditionalist forces, particularly in relation to family and personal status matters, which means Morocco after independence, the time when Morocco seeks to design policies regarding gender, it cannot free itself from the shackles of tradition and conservatism. So early women's rights movements, spearheaded by figures like Malika Al-Fassi and organizations such as the Union National, Moroccan Women's Union National began advocating for legal reforms. However, women's roles largely confined to the domestic sphere, and state policies reflected a cautious approach to gender equality in the context of a deeply conservative society. The state was thus caught between pressures for modernization and the need to respect conservative religious values. Now, the first key legislative milestone in the evolution of gender policies in Morocco was the promulgation of the family code, or what is known in Morocco مدونة الأحوال الشخصية, which is the personal status code. This was in 1957. This code was largely based on Islamic jurisprudence and governed personal status matters such as marriage, divorce, inheritance, and custody. The 1957 Mudawana, or the personal code, the personal status code, reflected Morocco's attempt to institutionalize a balance between modernity and tradition by codifying religious-based norms in a state legal. This initial, sorry, do you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. I say, while this initial family code marked a step towards state regulation of family matters, it heavily favored men's rights, maintaining gender hierarchies and reinforcing male authority within the family. Women were largely considered legal minors under the guardianship of their fathers or husbands, and their rights in marriage, divorce, and inheritance were pretty much unequal. Now, from 1957 to 1993 witnessed amendments to the personal status code. The first significant revision to the Mudawana came in 1993, as I said. spurred by growing feminist activism and international pressures on Morocco to align its gender policies with global human rights standards. This period, 1993, coincided with the rise of women's organizations like the Democratic Association of Moroccan Women, which lobbied extensively for legal reforms. The 1993 amendments, although limited in scope, represented a move toward enhancing women's rights within the family. Key changes include, for example, number one, raising the legal age of marriage for girls to 18, requiring mutual consent for marriage, and third, limiting men's unilateral right to divorce by introducing judicial oversight. This, if you like, some of the amendments which took place in 1993. Although these amendments signaled progress, they did not fully dismantle patriarchal norms entrenched in the family code. For example, polygamy was still allowed, albeit with stricter conditions, and men retain significant legal authority in matters of divorce and custody, which means that men have the right to divorce their women whenever they like, but women don't have to do so. All right, now moving from 1957 Mudawana or Family Code to the amendments in 1993 to 2004. In 2004, the Mudawana, the same Family Code, witnessed again some amendments and changes. The most transformative movement in Morocco's gender policy landscape came with the 2000 reforms to the Family Code, a landmark victory for women's rights advocates. These reforms were the culmination of years of activism by women's movements and were also influenced by the King Mohammed VI, King of Morocco, his vision for a more egalitarian society. The king framed these reforms as being in line with the principles of Islam, thus neutralizing opposition from conservative forces. Key features of the 2004 Family Code or reforms include, for example, number one, equalizing men's and women's rights in marriage, which means both spouses were now recognized as equal partners with mutual rights and obligations. Two, strict limitations on polygamy. Polygamy was made subject to the consent of the first wife, and judicial approval making it almost impossible in practice, which means if a man wants to marry a second wife, he needs first to get the consent of the first wife. Without her consent, he won't be able to marry the second wife. The reform number three, introduction of judicial divorce. Women were granted the right to initiate divorce under specific conditions such as abandonment or abuse. For example, in the first Mudawanas or the first family codes, women has not the right to initiate divorce. With the amendments and reforms in 2004, women have the right to initiate divorce if they feel they are abused or whatever. The fourth point and the last one is equal parental authority. This is another reform, which means mothers gain the rights over child custody, and both parents share the responsibility for their children's welfare. These reforms significantly advanced gender equality in the legal domain, particularly in family law. However, their implementation remains uneven, with patriarchal norms and societal resistance persisting in rural and conservative areas, and in Morocco in general, be it rural or be it urban areas. I'll be moving now to some progress which gender policies and dynamics have noticed in Morocco. The progress in gender dynamics in Morocco has been shaped by a combination of legal forms, political openings, and grassroots mobilization. Although the country has made notable advancements in women's political participation and rights, it is essential to view these achievements with caution given the persistent socio-political barriers, which I'll be moving next to, later in this presentation to talk about the challenges which, impede the achievements or the full, implementation of these reforms. So, the progress in Morocco, the progress in gender dynamics in Morocco, I'm highlighting here the 5 key factors which have contributed to the relative success of women's campaigns for reform Morocco. First, broad coalitions and networks. Here, this is one of the significant accomplishments of Morocco's women's movement, has been its ability to build broad coalitions across ideological divides. The movement successfully united religious, Islamist, religious, and secular women. Though this relationship has since faced challenges, feminist activists from various backgrounds, including academic, political, and grassroots sectors, collaborated strategically to promote gender reforms. The feminist movement's strength stemmed from its diverse methods and approaches, with many women activists embodying multiple roles: academic, activist, and political. Furthermore, women's organizations established ties with national political parties, human rights organizations, and international feminist networks, securing both domestically and internationally. These broad coalitions were instrumental in gaining momentum for reforms such as the 2024 Family Code and the 2011 constitutional changes, which I'll be talking later on. Next point, or maybe the next key factor which helped the progress of gender dynamics in Morocco is engagement with ordinary women. This is another key factor in the progress of gender reforms. Was women's movements' close engagement with ordinary women. Activists skillfully communicated with diverse audiences, tailoring their messages to resonate with the daily concerns of Moroccan women, regardless of class, of whatsoever. For example, they developed arguments for family law reforms using religious, sociological, and human rights discourses, addressing concerns like gender-based violence and aligning their demands with local values. This shift from an elitist secular discourse to one that incorporated religious references allowed to build a broader base of support, especially among grassroots communities especially among grassroots communities. By connecting with ordinary women's realities, the movement gained greater legitimacy and influence. Next, the women's movement demonstrated, I'll be moving to the next key factor, which is flexibility and adaptability on the ground. The women's movement demonstrates significant flexibility in adapting to the changing political and social environment. Activists, feminist activists, were quick to seize the opportunities presented by political openings, such as the reformist leadership of Prime Minister Yousfi in 1997 and King Mohammed VI's accession in 1999. They also adjusted their strategies in response to growing Islamist opposition, effectively utilizing an Islamic framework to gain broader societal acceptance. Their ability in adjusting their campaigns enabled them to secure government backing for initiatives like the Plan d'Action pour l'Intégration des Femmes au Développement, in French, based on the 1995 Peking Platform for Action and the subsequent reforms of the Family Code in 2004. Now I'll skip some parts and move to political representation. This is an issue I consider very sensitive and very interesting to highlight women's political representation, because I believe without political representation of women, gender policies, gender progress won't be fully implemented if women are excluded from political representation. So in this section, I mean political representation, I'll be concerned with Morocco's journey towards increasing women's political representation has seen significant milestones. The ratification of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which is a CEDAW, I mean the short form CEDAW, in 2008 and 2011 constitutional amendment driven by Arab Spring protests. This is very important. We need to notice or to bear in mind that the Arab Spring has forced the politicians all over the Arab world to reconsider gender policies and to reconsider the patriarchal, I mean, their patriarchal culture, which has denied women's voice and access to political representation since a long time ago. So the Arab Spring was very positive in this regard and has pushed women to voice themselves. Now, the 2004, as I highlighted before, the 2004 reform of the family code marked a shift towards framing rights as a political, I mean, framing women's rights as a political demand. Now, in the past, the women's demands were various and were, I mean, different, etc. But with Arab Spring, but the women's demands shifted to be more political. I mean, their sole purpose, their sole demand is to be politically represented and voiced. So, the 2011 constitutional reforms further solidified this by increasing the parliamentary seats reserved for women from 30 to 60 out of 39. Sorry, I mean the parliamentary seats reserved for women from 30 to 60 out of 359, representing about 15%, which is a notable improvement, though still short of the 30% target. Electoral laws were revised to encourage women's political participation, introducing gender quotas and a proportional list system. As a result, women's representation in parliament grew from 0.6% in 2002 to 10.77% in 2008. I repeat, from 0.6% in 2002 to 10.77% in 2007, and continued to rise, reaching 21% by 2016. Local council elections also saw an increase in female representation from 0.56% in 2002 to 12% by 2009. The 2011 constitutional reforms, particularly Article 19, were critical in promoting gender equality and facilitating women's involvement in political power. By 2021, further legislative changes expanded the gender quota to 90 seats, leading to women winning 96 seats in the September 2021 elections, with 90 secured through quotas. These measures also increased women's presence in executive roles, with female representation in the Moroccan cabinet growing from 5.12% in 2000 to 28% by 2021. Now, having highlighted the key reforms in the family code since 1997, I mean, right after Morocco got independence in 1957, to the amendments and reforms in 1993, to again amendments and reforms in 2004, to again amendments and changes and reforms 2011. This shows that the gender dynamics and bias is a complicated issue in Morocco as it is all over the world. So this is why we have constantly these amendments and these reforms and these changes, which means there are problems there, there are issues there, and there are things that needs or must be reformed in order to cope with the changes going on all over the world. However, Morocco has done many efforts in this regard, has done so many efforts and brings so many changes and reforms. However, this is not enough. This is not enough, and still issues persist. I mean, problems persist, and women still encounter patriarchal and other issues which they believe hamper and impede the implementation of these reforms which took place and which are just ink on paper. I mean, on the real ground, women still continue to suffer same cultural, same political, and constraints and challenges. So now I'll be moving to talk about the ongoing challenges which I mean impede the success of these reforms in Morocco. So let me say I am dividing these challenges into two main challenges. One is tensions between Islamist and secularist interpretations of women's rights. This is one challenge. I will be highlight the details and discuss this point. And the second challenge is implementation of gender reforms. So let's start with the first point: tensions between Islamist and secularist interpretations of women's rights. Increased tensions between secularist and Islamist interpretations of women's rights in Morocco highlight a persistent ideological divide, with each movement advocating for conflicting visions of gender equality. Secular feminists push for universal definitions of women's rights, emphasizing full gender equality in public and private spheres, while Islamist groups promote a culturally specific understanding grounded in conservative interpretations of Islamic law. This clash became more pronounced after the Arab Spring as the political rise of Islamist parties, including Morocco's Justice and Development. This is an Islamic political party in Morocco. In tensions, the political rise of these Islamist parties intensified debates on the direction of women's reforms. So, while hailed as a progressive step by secular feminists, the family code reforms left significant gaps, especially regarding polygamy, inheritance, and the husband's unilateral right to repudiate his wife. For example, inheritance law, which underwent only minor changes, still privileges male heirs, with daughters receiving half of what sons inherit and widows facing highly restricted inheritance rights. Secular activists argue that these provisions perpetuate gender inequality, while Islamist factions defend them as rooted in religious doctrine. This divergence is emblematic of the broader conflict between secularists who seek alignment with international gender standards and Islamists who resist reforms that they view as threats to traditional family structures. This resistance to change is evident in the reluctance to address more radical reforms within the family code. Women's rights activists have strategically avoided pressing for changes in areas like inheritance and polygamy, recognizing that pushing too far might jeopardize the modest gains achieved. Public opinion, which remains deeply influenced by conservative Islamic interpretations, plays a significant role in determining the pace of these reforms. As a result, the progress made toward gender equality is often slow and uneven, with further advancements dependent on navigating these deeply rooted tensions. The next challenge, which is implementation of gender reforms. Let me say that despite the political advancement enshrined in Morocco's 2011 constitution, including commitments to gender equality, the reality of implementing these reforms remains very, very complex. While political openings and constitutional reforms have symbolically enhanced women's rights, true power continues to be concentrated in the monarchy, with parliament exercising limited influence. Elected governments enjoy little autonomy, and certain opposition forces remain effectively marginalized or even banned in some cases. This political context creates substantial barriers to the full realization of gender reforms. Historically, Morocco parliamentary system has been a male-dominated institution, largely inaccessible to women. In 1984 elections, despite a high number of female candidacies, parliament remained a male institution. I repeat, parliament remained a male institution with sociocultural factors perpetuating a male-biased political culture. The individual suffrage system, which dominated Moroccan elections, further reduced women's chances of success, resulting in only minimal gains for female candidates. This imbalance persisted even as political demands increasing during Morocco's democratic transition and the rise of more open politics. Although some progress has been made, it remains modest in comparison to the expectations set during the political transition. Although Morocco has tried its best to bring some changes and reforms, but still that's not enough. The 30% benchmark for women's representation set by the Inter-Parliamentary Union has not been met. In fact, Morocco's ranking in women's parliamentary representation continues to fluctuate, while ahead of the Arab average. Morocco still ranks 9th in the Arab world and 25 in Africa. 9th in the Arab world and 25th in Africa. The quota system, which is another problem. The quota system, which was intended as a temporary measure to address gender imbalances, has often been subverted by political actors more interested in consolidating electoral patronage than promoting genuine gender equality. In many cases, the selection and the ranking of women on quota lists are determined by kinship and clientelism and familial connections rather than merit or political experience, which is, again, a sort of corruption. Preliminary data from 2021 elections, for example, shows that about 1/5 of female parliamentarians have close familial ties with to party leaders. Women who have actively advanced within party ranks and assumed organizational responsibilities often find themselves sidelined in favor of candidates with personal or political connections. The persistence of these undemocratic processes within political parties undermines the political impact of gender reforms and perpetuates the structural inequalities that the quota system was designed to address. Moreover, institutions such as the House of Councillors and decision-making bodies remain enclaves of male dominance, untouched by the quota system. Equally worth mentioning, the underdevelopment of local NGOs combined with authoritarian political structures and threats from radical religious groups leaves women's rights activists with limited room to maneuver. Feminist scholars like Fatima Bernisi have long decried the hostile environment faced by women's organizations, which often face vandalism, legal persecution, or even violence. The tragic case of Konka Kuris. Konka Kuris is a Turkish Muslim feminist who was kidnapped and killed by fundamentalists for challenging gender segregation in Muslim societies. This underscores the extreme. I mean, this incident or this reality underscores the extreme links that advocates for women's rights can face in conservative contexts. Also, quantitative gains. Do you please? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you. I mean, also quantitative gains in women's representation, while necessary, often mask deeper structural challenges without addressing the entrenched patriarchal practices that dominate political institutions. The quota system risks becoming a tool for political patronage than a catalyst for gender equality. In the absence of genuine democratic reforms within political parties and the broader political system, the progress of women's rights in Morocco and in the Arab world, and maybe all over the world, remains fragile and incomplete. Now I move to the last point, which is future directions for policy reform. Now I'm here just suggesting what the Moroccan government and state need to take into consideration in order to improve and develop gender policy in Morocco. Number one, expanding legal protections. Here, the state needs to reconsider addressing gaps and inheritance in domestic violence, and equal pay. This is a persistent issue. Number two, strengthen enforcement mechanisms. Ensuring policies are effectively implemented at all levels. Third, culture change initiatives, advocacy for gender in sensitive education, media representation, political and public discourse. And here I will be moving to 2 points I would like to insist on in order to improve the gender policies in Morocco and maybe in the Arab world in general, or the Middle East in general. First is pressure from within. Pressure from within. The Arab Middle East is still mired in a predominant culture of religious patriarchy and conservatism. Failure to address the role, power, and impact of the Islamic religion, or to be more precise, of a specific dominant interpretation of Islam and redefine gender roles and policies will make it very difficult to affect change in this area. Here, alliances and networking between Western organizations and local Arab Muslim ones is crucial for the following reasons. Number one, when it comes to combating the sexual objectification of women in the local NGOs, can benefit greatly from the experiences of Western feminists. Although both come from different cultural and political contexts, both have the same goal in that respect and can pool resources and expertise to conduct a common battle on this front. Not only that, but the specific feminist agenda, example to fight the objectification of women, etc., dovetails with the Islamic ideal which seeks to protect women and prevent their objectification in society at large. Next point is pressure from without, pressure or before moving to pressure without, let me emphasize this point. In some failure to know the difference between what is traditional and what is religious or sacred, and failure to know there are actually different interpretations of Islam can doom any human rights efforts seeking to change the status of Arab women. This is especially so in the face of rising religious fundamentalism in the region. Now, pressure from without. Another strategy to enhance women's gender policies and dynamics in Morocco is pressure from without. The success of NGOs in Europe, North America, and elsewhere is largely due to the existence of a vibrant civil society and democratic values in those countries. In the Arab world, the lobbying, NGO, the lobbying of and pressure on Arab governments, despite the difficulties and sometimes the risks entailed, should be pursued, even when change is very slow to come. However, the effectiveness of their work in the area of gender equality may be significantly increased when pressure is simultaneously exerted from without. This link between domestic and international gender equality strategies would seem to be especially promising in fields related to universally recognized human rights and values championed by the countries of Western Europe and extant North America. A recent example of this policy, between quotes, spillover, can be found in the wave of landmark domestic reforms in Turkey, where this country's ambitions to join the United Europe have forced to abolish forms of capital punishment and recognize the rights of its stewardship and art. Now I move to the conclusion in 1 minute. 1 minute. The historical, to sum up or to conclude, the historical evolution of gender policies in Morocco reveals a complex interplay between tradition, religion, and modernity. While significant strides have been made, particularly with the reforms of the family code, the journey towards gender equality is ongoing. Legal reforms must be accompanied by societal changes, increased awareness, and continued advocacy to ensure that gender equality becomes a lived reality for all Moroccan women, not just a constitutional aspiration. The trajectory of gender policy reforms demonstrates the ongoing negotiation between the progressive force advocating for women's rights and conservative elements seeking to preserve traditional patriarchal structures, all within the broader framework of Islamic law and national identity. I'm so sorry for taking maybe more than I'm allowed of time, but I really appreciate your patience, and thank you very much.
Okay, sir, thank you so much for giving us this involving talk, and I'm sure that our listeners have received so many insights by your speech based on the reforms that have took place in Morocco and the grassroots level philosophies that were involved in this policy formation. So I would like to thank you, sir, for this insightful speech. And with that, we would like to move towards our next session, which consists of paper presentations. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Kishore Bhattacharya, who is an associate professor and director at ARC, Amity University, Patna. So Dr. Kishore Bhattacharya is currently associated with Amity University as an associate professor in the Department of Management, and he's working as an assistant director at MIT Research Department. He received his master's degree in management with a marketing specialization and earned a PhD in management from Patna University, Patna, India. Dr. Bhattacharya has over 16 years of dynamic experience in research and academia. His scholarly impact is evident through 40 published research papers, chapters, case studies published in reputable journals and edited volumes. He has authored one book. Dr. Bhattacharya's innovation extends to intellectual property, boasting about patents, various patents, copyrights, and industrial designs. So, with this, I welcome again Dr. Bhattacharya ji, so that we can start with the paper presentations of the session. So, our first presenter for today is Anjana KS from IIT Roorkee. Are you present, ma'am? Anjana KS. Okay, so as we have a restriction of time, I would like to notify this to our participants that please try to sum up your paper within a span of 5 minutes. Okay. At max, we can give a 1 or 2 minutes extension for that, but for which I'm sincerely sorry that you will have to cut a bit of information from your paper, but please try to follow the time limit so that we can end the session in proper time. So do we have the next participant, Surya S? Surya S from Madras School of Social Work, Chennai. Are you present here? Okay. With this, we can move towards the next participants. Anupama G. George. Ma'am, are you here? Okay, so in that case, let us look at next participant, S. Nitya Shri. Okay. Do we have Tanupriya ma'am here?
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Okay,
I'm here.
okay. So, ma'am, can we begin with your part presentation?
Sure, definitely.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Please.
Just a minute, let me try and share my screen. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Tanupriya from the Department of English and Cultural Studies, Christ Team to be University, Delhi NCR campus. And the title of my presentation is Narratives of Resistance and Quest for Agency, Interrogating Violence and Agency in Queer South Asian Literature. So, my study tries to explore the complex intersection of violence, sexuality, and anti-gay environment within two Asian narratives, which is Samra Habib's We Have Always Been Here and Hassan Namir's God in Pink. I have tried to look at the gender-based violence that is perpetuated and how the social sanctions or naturalizations or taboos or customs and traditions are a part that shape these violence. My study aims to look at the experiences of queer individuals through these two works and how these two works clash between the religious belief and sexual orientation. On the one hand, we see that Habib's narrative is something which highlights misogynistic and homophobic attitudes in Pakistani society, which led Habib of representation, opportunity, and self expression. And she was forced to leave her home and seek safety in Canada. What we also see is that she's grappled with a desire for invisibility through and heterosexual marriage. So I'm trying to, look at how we see that author. Or Samra Habib has gone through these experiences early, in adult years, and how she navigate multiple spaces and identities from her fears and how she grows up as a queer Muslim in Canada. So it also tries to explore how she has experienced this displacement, which is felt in the body, and how she has to go through this process of double exile, of not being able to return to her home, but um, also not quite belonging to the new country, that is Canada. And it also tries to highlight the systematic barriers that the new immigrants face, and how she tries to explore her own family dynamic. We also see that she goes through this journey where she is a refugee in Canada, and her gradual assertion of her queer identity, which is more tolerant in Canada. We also look at the Habib's intersectional identity as a queer Muslim woman, which focus on the oppression that she faces, including misogyny, homophobia, and religious persecution. What we also see is that she has also faced a desire for invisibility in the face of patriarchal norms, and how she also tries to confirm through a heterosexual marriage. In the another work, which is God in Pink, which is by Hassan Namir, we also see that Rami is a closeted university student whose parents have died, and he's under the scrutiny of his strict brother, and he is trying and struggling to find a balance between his sexuality, religion, and culture. And we also see that there are two main wars that occur in God in Pink: the internal war that Remy experiences, and the external war, which is US occupation, that is mentioned in the story. So there are references of how the gay Muslims have experienced patriarchy or gender surveillance or violence, and how there was a refusal to conform to the gender norms, which led to the othering and subjugation. There is also an understanding of queer resilience and agency that is that the novel critiques, and there are justifications that are being made for gender surveillance and gender violence. It is also important to know that how Remy struggles to exist within a deeply homophobic and patriarchal society where homosexuality is condemned. So we also see that these two characters, both Remy and Samra Habib, they go through these paradigms of vulnerability. They also go through these nuances where their identity as a queer person is
Excuse me,
constantly
ma'am.
challenged.
Could you
Yes.
please sum it up? Since we are running short
Yes,
of time,
yes,
so
yes.
please do that.
So I have explored all of these through the conceptual frameworks of surveillance by Michel Foucault, the intersectional identity of Samra Habib, and how Samra Habib also go through this migration and becomes a refugee, and how they established a heterotopia, a queer heterotopia outside their home space. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. That was a wonderful presentation. So with this, we can have the question answer round later, and we'll proceed towards our next speaker of the session. So do we have Sneha Bhattacharya from Adamas University, Kolkata?
Good afternoon, sir. I think I'm audible to all of you.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Please continue.
Yeah, I'm going, just give me a minute. I'm going to share my screen.
Sure.
I hope it's visible to all of you.
Yes, ma'am, your PPT is visible. Please continue.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Neha Bhattacharya. I'm from Kolkata. So the paper I'm going to present today is Ink and Identity, the Revolution of Gender and Sexuality in Manga Art. So the intricate interplay of gender and sexuality in the art of manga forms a compelling story that transcends the cultural boundaries. And this paper investigates the progression of these themes in manga from their traditional rigid representations to modern multifaceted representations. Examining mainstream genres like shoujo and yaoi, this paper highlights how manga has expanded a wide range of gender identities and sexual orientations beyond conventional narratives. Now, the popularity of manga has been increasing since ancient times, and its development in the early 1900s reflects social changes in Japan. And women were often portrayed as protectors, mothers, or lovers, reinforcing the feelings of dependence and weakness. And these stories reflects how the society's values have historically marginalized women's voice and contributions. In addition, early manga often uses comedies or romance that degenerate the LGBTQ identities, and the exploration of queer relationships in manga became evident in the late 20th century with the creation of shoujo and yaoi genres for a female audience. And if we talk about shoujo, manga is actually aimed at young female readers, focusing on communication, emotional relationships, and themes such as love and personal growth. For example, I've used The Rose of Versailles, which was created by Ryoko Ikeda, which shows the character of Oscar, who was raised as a person to steer the royal guard. And in contrast, Yaoi, a male-to-male relationship, which was primarily created for male audience and reflecting the aspirations like challenged by single male roles. For example, Masahi Kishimoto's Naruto, where he's portrayed as a hero who is struggling with loneliness and acceptance. Now, the emergence of yaoi and yuri are two popular genres of manga and anime that focuses on romantic and sexual relationships between the same sex, catering primarily to audiences who enjoy these themes in fictional contexts. And with reference to this, I am going to use the example of Harui, the character of Harui from Oran High School Host Club, where Harui is working as an elite hospitality club where her gender identity is secondary to her personality and actions. And her character is also an example of fluidity of gender because she does not care much about her gender identity. And her short hair attitude, which is nonchalant towards her gender, and for preference for comfortable and non-gender specific clothing is contribute to her androgynous presentation. Mm, Also, it is very important to remember that her character is very different from the many manga characters, which are firmly rooted in gender specific rules and behaviors, and she can navigate both masculine and feminine spaces, and does not conform to the traditional expectations of a woman depicted in a shoujo manga. In fact, she defies that and shows that one's appearance and social expectations does not limit to one's identity. Now, the other example is Given and Promare, which is very popular example where the relationship between the two characters, Uinoma and Makuo, is not just a romantic one, but a healing process, an emotional of series with the themes of grief, healing, self-discovery, and the transformative power of love. And Promare, on the other hand, is very popular because of Leo, the character Leo's design, the posture, the figure, which is very androgynous characters that defies gender norms. And the reason for creating her character like this is uh, very andro, which is slender figure, long hair, and delicate features, and this type blurs between the masculine and feminine space, and creating an image that embraces gender identity. Now, the other example is Weathering with You is one of the most popular manga, which is based on the theme of love's ability to define the force of nature. The emotional foundation of the film is the relationship between Hodaka, a young man on the run, and Hina, a girl with power to control the weather. However, the film gradually reveals that Hina's power comes at a price. The more she manipulates the weather, the more likely she is to disappear into the sky to restore order to nature. In ancient love stories, love is often portrayed as the ultimate goal, where two people get together and live happily ever after. However, the creator Shinkai challenges this premise by showing that love sometimes requires painful decision. For Hina, her sacrifice for the world shows the weight of her responsibility, and this idea elevates that love to something beyond personal fulfillment, but becomes a meditation on the relationship between love, sacrifice, and service. Hina, Hina's role as a weather maiden in Weathering with You is a powerful metaphor for self sacrifice and the burden placed on folks who are pressured to bear the burden of societal expectation. Critically, her character embodies the tension between the personal agency and the demands of the society and challenging the audience to question the ethics. Uh, how how the ethics of a sacrifice and whether such a price should be ever paid or not. Now, Hodaka's journey and the choice to save Hina is very selfish. And this is very crucial because it shows that love is a powerful, almost rebellious force that can defy the expectations
Excuse
of
me,
society
ma'am.
and nature.
Excuse me,
Yeah,
ma'am.
I'm almost done. I'm
Please
almost
answer.
done. Just almost, yeah. So yeah, so why it is important to critically analyze gender and sexuality, because if we take from a feminist perspective, manga successfully empowered female characters and challenged gender roles. Historically, men were shown very powerful and very showing the dominating characters, while women were associated with submissions. And this perspective challenges us, questions us that how social structures maintains these qualities. So to conclude, manga challenging these traditional norms and exploring multiple identities and relationships, it became a powerful voice for expressing these complexities of human identity. And uh, by challenging these norms, they're exploring influential works and adaptations. Manga inspires empathy and inclusion, contributing to an inclusive and informed world. And it plays an essential role in reflecting and shaping these changes and offering a new perspective, and also promoting a very deeper understanding of the various human experience. Thank you so much for listening. I hope I was able to explain my point of view here. So thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for giving us this views into the contemporary developing literature of manga and the various insights that you have in this field. So with this, we'll move to our next speaker, that is Avijit Ingle.
Yes, sir. Am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes.
You can proceed with your presentation.
Yes. I'm just going to share my slide, sir. I hope the slide is visible to everyone.
Yes, sir, your slide is visible.
Yes. So this is Abhijit Igle. I am a research scholar from Jivaji University, Gwalior. I'm going to present the presentation on the topic cultural pluralism in Indian English novel, a critical study. So first of all, we are going to have a look at the concept of cultural pluralism, what it is actually all about. Cultural pluralism refers to the situation where a minority group within a larger society is able to preserve their own cultural identity, their own cultural value system, their own culture. So when we talk about cultural pluralism, the concept of cultural pluralism, there are several cultures, there are several subcultures, and they are preserving, they are maintaining their own identity. So the broader community or the major community or the community who is having the major cultural concept, they are going to maintain and they are going to respect the beliefs and practices of minority groups as long as they are going to align with the overall ideals of the larger society. First of all, but then let's say human beings and culture, they are inseparable. If we talk about a culture, then somewhere it is going to be associated with the concept of culture. And it is going to influence the human beings, the community of human beings, the entire society, regardless of whether it is indigenous culture or it is a foreign culture. Human beings are going to be indispensable element of culture. Cultural disparities among individuals may include variations in language, variations in belief, different types of cultures, different types of arts. So they are going to be different on the basis of different cultural disparities. India is very famous for its rich cultural heritage. We have always maintained a rich cultural variety in our country from time immemorial, which is which has contributed towards the development of a multicultural phenomenon. The presence of several cultures in our country, it has enhanced the Indian English novel, because somewhere the literature, the literary writing, and specifically the Indian English writing in novels, they have also been influenced by the cultural diversity of Indian society. Furthermore, if we look at present situations, so the globalization or the post-globalization scenario, it has also resulted in the emergence of a hybrid culture. So hybrid culture is the concept of mingling of two or more than two distinct cultures. The Indian novelists, like the previous novelist, or like like R.K. Narayan, Mulk Raj Anand, Raja Rao, Vikram Seth, Arun Joshi, Amitabh Ghosh, Khushwant Singh, Salman Rushdie, they have effectively explored a wide range of subjects, a wide range of cultural themes in their work. If we read the novels of Raja Rao, if we read the novels of Narayan, if we read the novels of Amitabh Ghosh, somewhere we find the reflection of the contemporary cultural social background, contemporary cultural values in their novels, in their writings. If we look at the origin of cultural plurality, the cultural plurality originated in 1910 in United States, and then it acquired widespread plurality in 1940s. Indian society, if we talk about Indian society, it has a strong foundation in cultural plurality. Indian English novel is a reflection of the society and its characteristics. If we analyze, if we study the different novel writings, the different novels written in Indian English by Indian novel writers, then we find somewhere the Indian culture, the Indian value system, the Indian traditions, they naturally find their reflection in the writings of Indian English writers. Similar to other topics, the Indian English novels, they also focus on the significant matter, significant issue of cultural plurality, or the mingling of different cultures, mingling of different traditions.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Could you please like sum it up? We are on a time constraint, so please try
Okay,
to sum
I will try to. I will try to. Apart from these writers, there are several other writers, female writers like Bharti Mukherjee, Anita Desai, Zumpa Lahiri, and Kiran Desai. They have not only touched upon the feminine issues, but in their novels, we find a reflection of our culture. We find a reflection of different issues which have a deeper contact with the cultural fabric of the society. Naipaul's works, they are notable for the depiction, for the reflection of a facet of Indian culture that took place outside the India. So he is somewhere dealing with the outside Indian society, but Indian culture has been reflected in the novels of Naipaul. Anita Desai's Clear Light of Day, that is a clear interpretation, or somewhere it touches the Indian society. Desai's account recounts a peaceful family memory of the summer of 1947. So again, here it deals with the 1947 society, the cultural context of 1947, the historical context of 1947. The current dispersion of the population on account of diaspora, that is also one of the major themes of Indian novels, because most of the novels of contemporary writing, they have a deal, they particularly deal with diasporic writing, because after the post-colonial uh, era, we find the dispersion of Indians. Indians are migrating to other countries, and they are facing different problems on account of migration, on account of dislocation, on account of cultural uprootation. So these different themes, these different topics, they are getting reflected in diasporic writing of present era. So I am going to conclude here that the cultural pluralism promotes the coexistence of minor cultural groups within a dominant culture. Cultural understanding is a valuable asset in Indian English novels, and Indian English authors astutely cultivate and preserve cultural values. They retain their cultural values, and those cultural values find reflection in their writing. They appreciate and they actively engage in giving reflection to Indian culture, Indian value system, Indian traditions, and they make comparison between the different cultural subsects in the Indian society itself, the Indian values, and they use their expertise, their experience, their foresight, their vision, their ability to analyze and contemplate literature. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for providing this opportunity to present my paper.
Okay, thank you, sir. That was a really knowledgeable presentation. I am sure that it has enriched our understanding of cultural pluralism. With this, we'll move to our next presenter, Dr. Shilpi Gupta and Dr. Gaurav Sushant, who are from Vellore Institute of Technology, Vellore, Tamil Nadu. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. The paper, Margin Within Margins, Understanding the Intersection of Gender and Caste in the South Asian Diaspora Through Blog Writing. It's a paper written by Dr. Shilpi Gupta, that's me, and Dr. Gaurav Sushant. We both teach in VIT, Tamil Nadu. And so the paper actually, it's a case study where I have taken 3 blogs, but in the presentation I will be focusing only on one of the blogs. So the blog article is based on a survey. The blog article which I'm talking about is based on a survey, the Caste in Diaspora survey, which was conducted by organizations such as Ambedkar International Mission and the Ambedkar Association of North America in the United States. The blog is based on the data collected. The survey also included testimonies written by South Asian diaspora, sharing their experiences of being othered based on their caste and gender. In the blog article, the writer Valyamal Karunakaran and all themselves, they call themselves from the Dalit diaspora community. They share the experience of 13 young South Asian diaspora from different gender groups and caste. So I have shared the link also, and I have shared a glimpse, a picture of the blog article. So coming to the methodology, what we have done, we have taken a feminist close reading of that blog article, especially the testimonies written by 13 Dalit diaspora individuals. In that, we have taken, theoretically, we have taken Dalit diaspora feminism. Dalit diaspora feminism is a little bit different from Dalit feminism, what we have in India. It is basically focusing on the question whether the caste travels outside Indian border, and it considers the testimonies or testimonies given by diaspora, Dalit diasporas living in the United States. And apart from that, I have taken another theoretical framework, that is decoloniality. And decoloniality comes from another diaspora group which lives in the United States. They are from Latin America. So both these theoretical framework, actually it delineates both of them, they delineate the self-representation of the gendered caste. And we have taken decoloniality especially to outline the narratives of the diaspora, which have been their experiences as presented in the blog article. And then I have here put all the points which I am going to, which I have talked in my paper. So first, so while reading the testimonies, 13 testimonies, we have categorized them according to the intention or the content which is there in their testimony. So they have been talking about trauma, hiding, separation from self, and which actually, when it is intersected with gender, then it becomes a double marginalization. And then we also see the dominant caste's ignorance in that. And then if we read that, those testimonies with the theory given in decoloniality, we talk about returning to self, which is self-healing. So it is also very important that Dalit diaspora, they are not only talking about hiding or trauma or separation from self, they are also talking about healing. They talk about collaboration, confrontation, and activism. So basically now they are focusing more on cyber activism. So we have, so in this case study, I've also given examples of how Instagram or Facebook or Twitter, all of them are used, or even YouTube, they are used for their activism to connect the world. To closely read the blog article, especially these 13 narratives shared by Dalit diaspora, testimonies which I have said that I have actually mapped on the base of caste-related problems they have narrated. So they are overcoming such issues, and finally how they are fighting against caste apartheid. Here I'm giving some examples, their testimonies. I have taken some bits, some fragments from their testimonies. So first one, the first individual, the caste diaspora, he says that after casteism has left us disowned and expelled, it made us seek self-isolation unsafe, where constant social rendered us hyper-conscious, wary of interactions within the community. So this Sinthujan Varatharajan, he's talking about how caste has separated him from himself, from his community, and how he is going through the trauma. And the other one is writing that my mother asked the to do sentences and they stopped eating our house. So here again we see the separation among South Asians living, South Asian diasporas living outside. And the next one says that dating and marriage could only happen within the same caste. So again, we see how caste-based discrimination or separation happens even outside India. Then some of these testimonies also explain that my mother refused to let her son undergo a Brahmin thread ceremony, breaking with generations of caste tradition and angering her in-laws. So that means here that the family, the generations, they have been following the caste tradition, that is upper caste tradition, and now his mother is not following that. So that means she's ready to collaborate with other caste people. She's ready to collaborate with Dalits diaspora group living in America. So that is actually a good initiative for the collaboration. Another woman, she says that one upper caste man, on seeing me eating beef, asked me if I am a sweeper. And I just said yes. So that is, again, here we see an acceptance of her identity and that she is accepting it very proudly. So the blog article where 13 testimonies are registered answers how these people came forward to self-represent themselves. They know they will be suppressed, but they have chosen to move from being suppressed to become activists. They are stronger, louder, connected, healed, and they are healing in their activism. They have shared experiences of the gendered caste other, not only to show the injustice based on caste and gender, globally, but also to join hands. That's all. Because of this time, I want to thank all the people listening, and thanks to the coordinator.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. That was a very informative presentation. And with this, we'll move to our next presenter. That is Tanya Pandey and Dr. Sita Prajna Mohanty. Do we have Tanya Pandey here?
Yes, sure,
Okay.
sir. Good afternoon.
So over to you,
Can I
ma'am.
share my
Please continue.
screen? Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Tanya Pandey, and today, along with my co-author, Dr. Sita Prajna Mohanty, I'm here to present my paper that names LGBT Experiences in Indian Workplaces, a Comprehensive Study. So to start with, what is the purpose of my research? So the purpose of my research is to examine the experiences of LGBT individuals in Indian workplaces and to analyze the impact of legal, social, and economical factors on their inclusion and productivity. So on the basis of research done, literature studied, I have identified few key questions to it. These are the questions that I have identified. I am not reading it out because of the time constraint. So to start with, history of the homosexuality, we see that it is very evident that homosexuals are in our society. And how is it evident? When we go to the history, we see Manusmriti, Ramayana, Mahabharata, very mythological books are there, which shows that homosexuals are part and parcel of our society. Even in our medieval period, we see some sculptures like Khajuraho temples and things like that, which shows their evidence of existence. But with the invasion of British India in our country, we see that Criminal Tribes Act and Section 377 comes in India, and they penalize being a homosexual in India. When India got its independence, the Constitution of India came into force, which gave and provided fundamental rights to citizens as well as to non-citizens. But when we see and we read and when we analyze things, we see that Article 14, 15, 19, and 21, these fundamental rights are still violative for the homosexual to some aspects. Judicial precedents, Nalsa case, wherein the third gender was recognized as one of the gender apart from male and female, or Navtej Singh Johar case, we see that judiciary has come to an extent where they have given a position to the homosexuals in the society. Be it legislature, we are saying that Transgender Protection Act or new labor codes has come for the transgenders. In these four labor codes which are visible, these are gender neutral laws. But when speaking of specifically about the Occupational Safety, Health and Working Condition Code 2020, we see that the government has specifically, the legislature has specifically made provisions for the transgender workers, mandating separate bathing places and locker rooms for male, female, and transgender workers, which implies that it is a welcoming call from the legislature for the transgenders. In this research, in this paper, I have gone through different surveys and reports published by different institutes. And on the basis of it, what I, as a researcher, found is that only 35 companies in India had made policies for LGBT. And in that 35%, only 18% are there who have actually implied policies for LGBT. There was a report, survey report made by Mingle, which I was going through, and I found out that 57% of LGBT employees are still facing discrimination or some kind of harassment or work harassment or discrimination just because of their gender. And one of its report also discloses that 32% of LGBT homosexual employees are only comfortable to reveal their gender. Is gender such a propaganda? Is revealing a gender that I belong from this community and getting discriminated on work profile, is this justified? Is there any impact on society if we are excluding LGBT from workplace? Yes, the World Bank survey report of 2016 states that if we are excluding transgender or homosexuals from work profile, India is suffering a loss of 1.7% of its GDP. And yet, the other thing was survey report states that is when a homosexual does not given work opportunity in India, they find it more comfortable to move abroad for a better career opportunity. In my survey, in my paper, I have also worked on certain successful case studies. I would only like to mention, I'll just
could you please Samita?
cut it down. Yeah. Rainbow Tech case study. This company, this was started, this is a company that was started in Bangalore with only 140 employees. Most of the employees were LGBT, and they found out that they come up with more innovative ideas, and therefore the company currently is working for $5 million. It is a $5 million company. So there are many factors we see, and due to time constraint, we are just concluding it here that just making policies and laws will not work. We have to see the implementation, training, data collection, sensitization of the same has to be done. Therefore, I thank you everyone for the coordinator and other team members for letting me present here. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So with that, we'll proceed towards our next presentation. So our next presenter for the day is
Good afternoon.
Dr. Ramesh Chandra and Dr. Ramesh Chandra Sethi and Shashwata Sahu.
Good afternoon to one and all present here.
Okay, sir. Could
Yes,
you please unmute yourself?
Unmute.
You're not audible.
1 minute.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, one and all present here. Esteemed keynote speaker, respected session chair and moderator. My name is Dr. Ramesh Chandra Sethi. I have been working as an assistant professor at KIT University, along with my co-author Shashwata Sahu. She is a PhD research scholar. Let me make our presentation on the topic called legal approaches to women's health and well-being in India, a policy analysis. Before I start my presentation, let me give some kind of context. If you look at the information, then you'll find in September 2025, the United Nations is going to celebrate 30 years of World Fourth Conference on Women, which was held in Beijing from 4 to 15 September 1995, which is also called as Beijing Declaration that focuses on gender equality and women empowerment. 189 countries were signatories of Beijing Conference, and now it is the time to introspect ourselves that what we have achieved after 29 years of this conference, and whether we are creating a kind of safe and sustainable world for women, where women's rights will be considered as human rights, which was rightly said by Hillary Clinton, the former Secretary of States of United States of America. With this background, let me start the topic of our discussion, which is legal approaches to women's health and well-being in India, a policy analysis. And it is believed that health of women and girls is a particular concern because in many societies, particularly in India, they are considered as disadvantaged by discriminations rooted in socio-cultural factors. Some of the socio-cultural factors that prevent women and girls to benefit from quality health services and attaining the best possible level of healthcare includes unequal power relationship between men and women in India, social norms that decreases education and paid employment opportunities, an exclusive focus on women's reproductive role, and potential or actual experience of physical, sexual, and emotional violence that takes place in a country like India. Let me highlight what is the major problem that we have noticed while conducting this study. You'll find that there are increasing number of maternal mortality which has been taking place around the globe, and particularly country like India, where WHO statistics 2020 said that in every 2 minutes a woman dies from pregnancy related complications globally, and 287,000 of women still die every year, where when you look at Indian statistics, you'll find 25,220 maternal deaths that occurred in 2020. Similarly, you'll also find there are other challenges, particularly disparities in access to healthcare, particularly in rural women, socio-economic inequalities, which creates a huge gap. And it also find there is a legal gaps that has been existing in a country like India. Our focus of study is analysis of legal frameworks and policies impacting on women's health and well-being in India. Our research gaps identify that there are gaps in healthcare services and propose legal solutions for reducing the gaps and achieving sustainable development in health. If you look at other sectors, other problems that has been existing in health sector and particularly faced by women, you will find, along with poverty, you will also find early childbearing, poor hygienic conditions. You will find multiple frequent pregnancies. You will also find menopause. You will find poor insufficient diets and shortage of nutrition. These are some of the challenges that you will find normally faced by women. So when you look at the statistics, other statistics, you will find in table that maternal mortality has been decreasing, but we could not able to achieve the sustainable development goals or sustainable development target, which is 70 in 2030. Now we have secured 97. There is a long miles to go, but it is difficult to say right now whether we could able to achieve the target or not. These are some of the research objectives where we try to find out and to evaluate India's health policies and legal frameworks concerning women health and well-being, to examine the challenges in assessing healthcare services, especially in the rural women's health and well-being, to examine the challenges in accessing health services, especially in rural and marginalized communities, to analyze the effectiveness of existing laws in addressing reproductive rights, maternal rights, and protecting from gender-based violence. And also try to find out and propose a legal and policy framework that will ensure equitable healthcare access for all women, to focus on a sustainable solution to promote the long-term health and well-being of women across the country. And we have adopted a doctrinal research methods, followed by both quantitative and qualitative data. I will be skipping some of the slides because of shortage of time. Now let me highlight what are the policies that has been discussed in this paper. If you look at our paper, then perhaps you'll find National Health Mission, which focuses on rural healthcare systems and trying to improve maternal and child health, which is also part of our discussion. Janani Suraksha Yojana, which is one of these programs of National Health Mission, tries to reduce the maternal mortality and child mortality. And you'll also find Pradhan Mantri Surakshit Matrutva Yojana.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Could you please sum up your paper?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
And these are some of the research gaps: accessibility, availability, affordability, and impact. And when you look at gender-based violence, this is also one of the significant areas which creates health inequalities around the country in India. And this is our findings, where we have tried to identify that there is, although you'll find there is improvement of health, but progress in maternal health with reduced mortality and more institutional deliveries are needed when you think about development in health sector. At the same time, there are huge rural disparities, barriers in rural areas, and due to poor infrastructure and lack of medical staffs, there is also existence of legal gaps, weak enforcement of laws and reproductive rights, maternal health, and gender-based violence. Mental health is one of the serious concerns for women, where you'll find under-resourced mental health services, and especially in rural areas, it has been highly spreading. You'll also find impact of National Health Mission, which reduces maternal mortality and child mortality, but we have to work hard to reach the sustainable development goals. And some of the recommendations focuses strengthening reproductive health laws, enforce gender-based violence laws, improve infrastructure, particularly in rural areas, expand of mental health services, again in rural and as well as urban areas. And we need to address the gaps that has been created, particularly socio-cultural barriers, and we have to overcome such barriers to ensure that there is gender equality existing in country like India, and particularly in the rural areas. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. That was a very informative presentation. So with this, we'll move on to our last participant, Mohammad Ramiz Raza and Anushka Chaturvedi.
Yes, I'm there. I will just give me a minute. I'm also there, Surya. Sorry for that interruption. No issues. So should I go first? My list is there, right? I just wanted to check. He just said it's your last presentation of the session.
Yes. Surya ma'am, we can proceed after Anushka ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, ma'am. Sorry for interrupting.
No issues.
Okay, let's proceed, ma'am.
Yeah. Is my presentation visible? Is my presentation visible? So good afternoon, everyone. I, Anushka Chaturvedi, have written this paper with my co-author, Mohammad Ramiz Raza, titled The Supreme Court of India. And I would like to present the paper. So gender justice and law, the Supreme Court of India, its progressive jurisprudence, top-down approaches for the gender justice. So gender justice and law are deeply intertwined, and intersectionality between the two can be seen in India. So Shahabano Begum and Vishakha are the names everyone has heard of. To Suchita Srivastav versus Chandigarh Administration, Ministry of Defense versus Babita Punia, and Lata Singh versus State of Uttar Pradesh, which are the least explored cases, but in all such cases, Supreme Court has held the gender justice to bring about the social change. We have discussed few of these cases in our paper. So the Supreme Court of India is addressing the pertinent issues by examining through the gender lens and intersectionality, but still there are many challenges, and intersectionality fails at different levels. In this paper, we will be discussing few of the cases where the Supreme Court have upheld the rights of the women, and in few cases where they could have taken better decisions to uphold the rights of the women. So the struggle to uphold the rights of women in India nor globally, it's not new, and the struggle of the women remains the same, even if they are coming from different geographical areas or even if they are coming from different times. So patriarchy and misogyny are deeply enrooted in our society, impacting how women navigate through oppressive societal structure. Women in India started raising their issues back in the 19th century and came forward during the independence movement. And post-independence, the focus shifted on the better treatment of women at home and inclusion of women in politics, and that in the employment as well. Is my slides visible?
Yes, ma'am.
So whenever there are the problems related to women, these problems just narrow down the opportunities of women, and these project the inequality that women are still facing in India. Yeah. So the legal framework on women's rights in India. So the Constitution of India protects the rights of the women through various articles and acts. So Article 14, 15, and 16 speaks up for the inequality. They speaks for discrimination. That Article 39A, 39D, and 14, 15, 16 emphasize on gender equality, and there should be no discrimination on with women because of their genders. Section 304B, Indian Penal Code, TPWDV Act, Section 489 protects women in case of dowry, domestic violence, and mental or physical harassment. So Section 366B, Hindu Succession Act, Child Marriage Act, Hindu Marriage Act, protects the right of the women protects the rights of the married women so that they don't face any problem, and also they are not subjected to child marriage. Like child marriage is very common in India. Like the act was passed long back, but still it is common in India. Employee state insurance, maternity benefits, Article 16, the contract labor, the sexual harassment of women at the workplace protects the working women. That the women who are working do not face any discrimination.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
Could you, we are on
Sure.
a time constraint. Could you please sum it up?
Yeah. Sure. I'm just moving forward. So our constitution has many ways of protecting the women rights, but still the women are not having equal status as that of a man. So the Supreme Court have ensured rights through various judgments, like ensuring body autonomy, consent, protection against gender violence, establishing marriage and divorce rights, upholding rights and property inheritance. These are the few judgments that were there, but due to time constraints, I would not be able to explain all of them. But there are these different judgments. How Supreme Court have come forward and spoke up for the rights of the women and have taken the right decisions. But still, there were few cases like Mathura rape case and V Bhagat versus VD Bhagat concerning mental cruelty in a marriage. The Sabrimala temple case, the Supreme Court falls short in the Bhabri Devi versus state of Rajasthan. So these are the few cases where Supreme Court have taken decision with respect to the women, and here the decisions were against women because considering in the first case was because of the caste of the girl, the second case in which the husband of the victim said that the husband was found in adultery, and he said that the wife is mentally ill, and the Supreme Court gave the decisions for the husband. And the Sabrimala case also states that how the menstruating women cannot join the others praying at the temple, which also these are the following cases where the decisions could have been different and the court would have held the rights of the women. The Supreme Court of India has played a transformative role in advancing women's rights, often stepping in to uphold constitutional values and correct gender-based injustice. The court has expanded the scope of gender justice, challenging patriarchal norms and advocating for the women's rights, women's autonomy, equality, and dignity. So if the cases that we have discussed in the paper, if there would have been a different approach, if the Supreme Court would have chosen the different approach, their decisions could have been different, and the Supreme Court of India has played a pivotal role in shaping the discourse on women's rights in India. Otherwise, yeah. So, are there any questions related to the presentations? Thank you. I had to put it short because of the time constraints.
So if the other participants are requested, if there are some questions, you can share it with us. We'll let ma'am know and we'll get you guys in touch. So thank you, ma'am, for the beautiful presentation. For now, we have the last participant of this track, that is Surya S. ma'am from Madras School of Social Work, Chennai. So over to you, ma'am. Please continue.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
And my screen is visible, right?
Your PPT is also visible.
Yes,
Continue.
thank you. Good afternoon to one and all present here. And my topic is on the Periyar and self-respect movement and how they uphold the ideals of let's the masculinity be destroyed. So when you talk about the history of this particular movement, which emerged in colonial Tamil Nadu, arguably one of the foremost radical social reforms movement in India was self-respect movement founded by Periyar E.V. Ramasamy in 1926. By now, there were adequate studies on the self-respect movements, critical engagement with the women's question, and radical politics of social justice, with the national movements and Indian nationalist quest for distinct Indian modernity through gender reforms. So, against this backdrop, my paper builds on the Dravidian feminist scholarship on gender and self-respect movement, but goes beyond the available literature on this subject. I propose to provide a new comparative framework to understand the radicalism of the movement, the politics of marriage, masculinity, and modern conjugality and self-respect. Overall, the objective of the study is to elucidate the emergence of the self-respect discourse, which challenged the traditional gender norms. and the culmination of legislations happened. So the methodology is about this is completely based on the archival sources, and these are the primary sources I have collected. And I have taken the stand of liberal feminist approach, which believes that the legal reforms to provide gender justice for women. And yeah. So to talk about the self-respect movement and gender justice, Periyar believed that developing self-respect would allow people to reject the notion of superior and inferior caste, which was central to dismantling the caste system. He saw self-respect as more valuable than the political freedom, as even the politically independent nations could still lack individual self-respect, as exemplified by the British monarch having an wearing outside their class. Periyar described the self-respect movement as a movement to liberate the people, emancing the true freedom from cultivating the self-respect, not just the political independence. He argued that the self-respect was birthright, not something granted by the Swaraj. And the movement promoted self-respect marriages, which kind of encouraged intercaste and interreligious marriages. So basically, you would be knowing these movements, the one which talks about the language identity, but Periyar and his followers, as such, they were not happy with the language of Tamil as being very um, partial towards men, because there is a word to denote the male prostitute, or there is no equal words which could treat women as men. So he kind of being very unapologetically, he was fighting for the women's rights, though the other factions of the self-respect movement and Dravidian movement was politically active. And in terms of legislations, these activisms, they brought about property rights for women in 1998, and the provision for self-respect marriages, where the women were allowed to marriage outside the caste. And also they were talking about more the schemes who got, or the schemes who benefits the people who got into intercaste marriages, and the schemes for the maternity benefits, which is Muthulakshmi Reddy schemes. So this self-respect movement formed the basic for the many gender justice schemes, and also which also helped Tamil Nadu to be in a good in terms of educational index. So my concentration is on Hindu law, how it kind of eliminated the ritualistic content which subordinated women, like Kanyadan, and when we say Taravatal, where the women are being giving away, women are treated as a gift which was given to the groom by the women's father. So they kind of opposed all the Hindu rituals, which was not, which was very patriarchal, which was very masculine, and they promoted a marriage which treated marriage rituals which treated women equally. So these activisms later became the legislations, and that's how this is the basic legislative intent of the Dravidian movement, is to dismantle the basic structure of patriarchy and enhance the women's rights. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. With this, we come to the end of track 1. All the sessions have been presented for track 1. Now we'll just have some insights by our chair, Professor Dr. Kishore Bhattacharya. And with that, we'll come to the end of the first session, and the participants of B2 can proceed after that. Okay, over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I'll be congratulating the organizing team, Amity Institute of English Studies and Research, for organizing the conference on gender studies and intersectionality. So the importance of this conference, we can say, lies in understanding how gender and class intersect to shape individual experiences, enabling the creation of more equitable and inclusive policies. The session was really insightful, right from our keynote speaker, the talk of our keynote speaker, as well as our presenters. they have given some insightful talks, the papers. We came across some of the important points like various analysis of various important case studies. Uh, some of you have talked about that mere formulation of policies won't work. Rather, we need to work upon its tactful implementation. You have also talked about the importance of social survey and all. So the things were really essential in this context, and I hope the findings of your papers are really going to impact the society in this regard. I'd like to, due to lack of time, we may not have came across all your valuable points, but I hope your work will really impact to the improvement of the society in this regard. So with all this, I would like to thank you all for your insightful presentations, and once again, congratulations to the organizing team. Thank you. Thank you all for your participation. I look forward to seeing you in your continued impact of your work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Uh, Thank you for your
That
insightful
allows
words.
you
And with this, we officially come to the end of track A1. Now
allows
onwards, the track B1 will be taken forward by Prashant, sir. So,
that allows
okay,
you to create
over to you. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Has the meeting started or otherwise I'm not listening. I'm not able to listen anything. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll soon to start our next track. So, am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are absolutely audible.
Dr. Avilasa ma'am, are you there?
Yes, of course.
Hi, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. It's so
Good
nice to have you here.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Vatsya.
And Dr. Nutan, ma'am. Nutan, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Good
Be
afternoon.
on our team, ma'am. Thank you for the support. It will boost me. So, shall we start the session, ma'am?
Please go ahead.
Before starting the session, we should know about our keynote speaker and our chair. Our keynote speaker is Dr. Avilasa Singh, Professor and Dean, Faculty of Humanities, IGNTU. Dr. Avilasa Singh is a distinguished professor of English at Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak, Madhya Pradesh, while a Vidwan score of 6.2. Her expertise lies in American literature with a focus on African American, Indian, and SAARC countries, women novelists, along with Indian classical literature, including works like Ramayana and Manas. Dr. Singh's wholesale delete from Tilka Manjhi, Bhagalpur University 2015 and PhD from Patna University 2009. She has been honored with UGC NET Award in 1999 after receiving a MA Gold Medal from Jayaprakash Viswavidhalaya. Her academic career spanned over 2 decades, during which she has had several prestigious positions, including the Dean of various faculties and Head of the Department of English and Foreign Languages at AIESR. Her extensive research contribution includes 18 journal articles on topics ranging from cultural marginality and subaltern experiences to African American literature and feminist theory. Some notable publications include Transformation of Sally into a New Age Woman, published in 2022, and Fifth Varna of the Indian Society, published in 2017. Dr. Singh is also a recognized guide from a doctoral thesis on has mentored scholars on topics such as Indian feminist movements. Through her academic journey, Dr. Singh has made significant contributions to literature, focusing on the intersection of culture, gender, and identity in both Indian and global context. Now, I would like Dr. Avilasa ma'am to please enlighten us through her golden words to us and to our speakers. And before that, in chair, we have Dr. Nutan ma'am. Dr. Nutan ma'am is our very own HOI for MIT University. She is a accomplished associate professor at the MIT Institute of English Studies and Research, Patna, with over 15 years of teaching experience. She specializes in communication skills and teaches courses such as 20th Century Indian English, Novel, and Prose at the Institute. And Dr. Nutan ma'am holds an impressive array of academic qualifications, including PhD, MPhil, MA, MBA, PhD, reflecting a diverse academic background. And her research interests focus on English language teaching, communication and soft skill, LSW, that is listening, speaking, reading, writing skills, and Indian English. In addition to her academic pursuit, Dr. Nutan ma'am has published 8 scholarly works and co-authored the best-selling books of Poetic Pigeons, which tapped the Amazon Hot New Release list. And she also serves as the chapter head of the English Language Teachers Association of India and is implanted as an English language expert with an Airport Authority of India and Tata Consultancy Service. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome aboard, and thank you for being here. That gives me so much of confidence to mentor, to moderate this session, chair. And from now on, I'd like to hail this session a bit on Dr. Avilasa ma'am to enlighten us with the golden few words, and sure ma'am, followed by Dr. Nutan.
Thank you, Dr. Prashant. Really, I'm humbled by your introduction of my academic achievement. And Dr. Nutan, I think we belong to the same city. And so I'm really glad to be a part of this international conference, as you'll be surprised that your present HOD had been one of my very dear students. So, Dr. Ghosh.
Okay.
So this is just formal, and would like to address the congregation. And I think right now, just I was listening one of the speakers in, I think, A1 or A2 session. I think I'm going to turn the table.
Okay.
But just formal addressing, distinguished gathering of young scholars. Today we embark on an erudite exploration. God bless you, Vache.
Thank you.
Exploration of the intricacies of Indian society, delving into the realm of gender studies and the distinctive attributes that set our culture apart. Right now, one of the scholars, what she was reading, when she was reading her paper, I think I had jotted down some of the points, but because I listened, it becomes compulsory to answer that point or to mention that point. She said that, well, Indian society had been patriarchal right from the beginning. This is the narrative handed over to us by the invaders, the colonial masters, and even prior to also. I'm going to hammer out this narrative because when she said, she was talking about Kanyadan, the ritual of Kanyadan. In the Ramcharitmanas, when the Chakravarti king, those who have won all the direction of earth, and he is not only king, he is Samrat, the emperor. So Emperor Dashrath, when comes to, Awadh, to Janak, and he meets Janak after the marriage, he just with folded hands, he says that, well, nobody, I have never accepted any kind of, I will, put the same word, dan. And dan here, it is not donation, as that scholar was saying. But it is the Chakravarti Naresh Dashrath who is accepting with folded hands dan from King Janak. So who is the superior one? With only this thing, I will move ahead with my own point. And the thing is that sometimes I think even in my classroom, I teach gender studies or women studies for that matter as part of post-colonial, post-colonial things, because we have accepted, internalized, and digested whatever is handed over to us. That's why I said that we are embarking on a journey that, and I'm going to, discuss those things that attribute and set our culture apart. As we navigate, and as we will navigate this discourse, we'll find that Indian thought patterns and societal structure are rooted in a unique cognitive framework, one that diverges significantly from the Western paradigm. So here on it becomes very, in my word, it might sound very harsh, that it will be stupid on our own part to accept the Western paradigm in total. So still we are slave that way. The distinction is essential to comprehend. And what is that distinction? That distinction is essential to comprehend and appreciate the Indian worldview in its entirety. In the realm of gender studies, let us come to the particular arena. Indian society has historically embraced a more fluid and inclusive understanding of gender roles. The concept of Ardhanarishwar, for that matter, the divine embodiment of both masculine and feminine principles, exemplifies this synthesis and not opposition. We don't work on binary opposition. This iconic representation of Shiva and Parvati merged in harmonious union transcends the binary gender class. I'm sorry, I had a call. I had to just disconnect. Underscoring the Indian perspective on gender as a continuum rather than a rigid dichotomy. Furthermore, the Indian social hierarchy, now let us come to that, because another very controversial topic is, instead of Varna, right now we count it as Jati, which is not even our word. Maybe in some other lecture, I will, the discourse will be explained in detail. So Indian social hierarchy with its intricate web of Varna and communities has traditionally acknowledged and respected the contributions of diverse gender identities. And the third gender, the so-called LGBTQ and all the things, many more to come. I think in the coming decades, we have some more. But the Hijra community, the third gender, for instance, has been an integral part of Indian society for centuries. And we can find it, even we can Google it. With their unique cultural practices and social roles receiving recognition and acceptances. In contrast to the Western emphasis on individualism and autonomy, Indian society places a strong emphasis on interconnectedness and interdependence. Perhaps that is why the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. This collectivist approach is beautifully encapsulated in the concept of what I right now said, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and it is egged out on the very entry of our Parliament House. The world is one family. Here, gender roles are not viewed as isolated entities, but rather as integral threads in the rich tapestry of community and family. The Indian worldview is also characterized by a unique understanding of dharma, a concept that encompasses not only religious, though religious is not the exact translation of dharmic duty, but also social and moral responsibility. This concept is particularly pertinent to gender study, as it underscores the importance of fulfilling one's duties and obligations within the larger social framework. Moreover, Indian philosophy has long recognized the concept of Purush and Prakriti, the masculine and feminine principles that underlie the cosmos. This recognition underscores the complementary nature of gender roles, highlighting the interdependence of opposites in the grand tapestry of existence. And we can further say that the present exploration of gender studies in the Indian context reveals a complex and multifaceted landscape, one that defies reduction to simplistic categorizations. By embracing the uniqueness of Indian thought and society, we may uncover fresh perspectives instead of the given narratives on gender and its role in shaping our collective human experience. Let us continue this intellectual journey, dear scholars, with an open mind and a willingness to challenge prevailing narratives. For in the words of Venerable Sri Aurobindo, India's destiny is not to be a mere successor to the glories of the past, but to forge a new destiny for the world. And I think truth is just like a porcupine, very difficult to live with. It pinches. And that is why that is what I'm going to do with my today's talk. It is also going to act as a catalyst, compelling you to think differently from the given narrative. I will be plattering. I'll be plattering some dots for you to connect. And I will begin with a very famous dialogue from the play, The Crucible by Arthur Miller. And that famous dialogue is, what is in our name? Well, everything. So let us, now I will begin what keeps us apart, the East and the West. Here I can also get reminded of, the statement of to connect. His very famous statement is to connect. East and West can never meet. E.M. Foster, yes, E.M. Foster. East and West can never meet. The twin can never meet. So how can the given paradigm, the given narratives are applicable to us? Now, let us come to the dialogue. What is in a name? Well, everything. The first thing, the moment they came, the moment of our enslavement was that they changed the name of this country. Bharat became India. And we became Indians. And because the recent guru is Google Ji. So this, what is the meaning of Indian? Right now we can Google it. Even our moderator, chair, and the scholars. Indian is a slang used by Western counterparts for persons who can serve. Really, servant. And now, I don't think I will have to further explain from India to Indian what we are for them. The next thing is that why they did so for one of the most ancient culture and civilization. The moment it became India, and we also accepted it, that's why we are, rhyming the same rhyme. And that's why we are ashamed of our own rituals, that which is not true. And misinterpreting, misrepresenting, misquoting the things which are or which have survived the ages, the centuries, some of the things at least. Because it is a known fact, a proven fact that now we don't have any text. You can call it dharmic, because once again, I will refrain myself from calling it religious, and that are two different things. So dharmic texts, dharmic, that is our historical texts. And once again, I will quote Ramcharitmanas. Not a single text is there which is not interpolated. The original text, the original parts, it was taken away and they put their own thought process. And now it is a known fact. It is a history. Just before a couple of years, couple of decades, it was totally a myth. That which is not true, from mithya, Sanskrit word mithya to myth it became. So that which was not true, but even for Supreme Court, it took 40 days to accept that, well, it is our history. And that history says that none of the things which is gaya ja raha hai right now by the researchers, the supervisor and the supervised, everyone, it is not true. And that's why I listened, and it just pinched me, because you are not ready to face the reality. And that's why I said that I'm going to platter some of the dots to connect. I'm not going to say what is right, what is wrong, who is right, who is wrong, the East versus West. But I'm just going to put certain, facts. You just have to connect the dots. Now let us, the most, the beginning and the most hard-hitting point is the origin of this universe, the origin of life. The West and the East, I'll just put side by side on the table, and it is for you to connect. The origin of life in the West is the first disobedience of man. And what was that? Eating the forbidden fruit of knowledge by Eve. It was not Adam. So woman was the first person to commit that sin. And what kind of sin? To have knowledge, which is always prioritized here in Bharat. Bharat, which is always engaged in search of knowledge, in search of light, in search of Roshni, light of knowledge. Bharat is known for that. And there in the West, it was forbidden. So the crime was committed. And hence, they were thrown out of the Eden. And they multiplied their miseries too. And their whole and sole reason was a woman. So that is the origin point, how they have presented woman. Most of us generally, we do know about Adam and Eve, but feminism and gender issue, after feminism, why I chose African American literature as part of my research, because it is very much closer to our Indian concept, not hypothesis, but facts. They never accepted feminism in toto, the Black woman, because they also believed that the family cannot be bifurcated as man versus woman. They are complementary to each other. They also didn't believe in the dichotomy, the binary opposition. They are complementary to each other, and that is how a family is the very basic unity of the society. So they rejected, and they coined their own term, womanism. So feminism was a grand failure there in the Western countries, another of their colonized place. They also destroyed their culture and the people, everything. Now, the second thing for which we are laughed at even right now, just 2-3 days back, I was reading Times of India, and one woman, she had written, India is no land for women. And obviously, of course, right now we had so many incidents. So I can't deny the fact. But once again, we have to go to the origin. Cancer, we can treat the cancer, but unless we just treat the last, defected cell, we can never cure it. And that is what is happening in our society. The second thing is that we have presented life in Bharatis. Bare bhag manushtan pawa, sur santan guru granthani gawa. And after 84,000 million and millions of lives, and now it is a scientific fact, after that, we just assume the life of a human. And thereon also, human, when I say human, it is both a man and woman, but therein also, the woman is called the Matri Shakti, for which sometimes we are laughed at. You worship your woman as goddess, but you don't treat her as a human being. Now let us come to the, I will quote some scientific facts, for which I will read out some of the parts of genetics. Why we do call woman as Matri Shakti. We have known in our 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th classes, the mitochondria, powerhouse of cell. Mitochondrial DNA. It is the organelles within cell that generate the energy needed for the cell to function, the basic unit of our body. They contain their own DNA, that is called mitochondrial DNA, and very strangely, the DNA of man and woman, male and female, when it merges during creation, it is only and only female mitochondrial DNA that is passed to the second generation and not the male's DNA. It happens, but rarely. It is exception and not the rule. Hence, the DNA of woman is the most ancient one, and the lineage goes to the Black African woman. That is why Mother Goddess. It is not only the thing for saying. Now the science proves that. And that is why we worship we worship Matri Shakti. The third thing is that any knowledge, any writing in our civilization, in our culture, is a posteriori. In the in the West, it is a priori. It may be just an experience of an individual, and they framed the entire theory. But here we experienced, we examined, we dissected, and then we provided any, not hypothesis, but rather the principles, Siddhant and hypothesis. I'm just forgetting its Hindi. So we provided the principle, the West provided the hypothesis. Our society never ran on hypothesis. The third point, because this international conference, another thing, Purush and Prakriti, I'll forget. It is mentioned in the Yoga Sutra, Panini's Yoga Sutra. What is the meaning of Purush, which is translated as male in English? And what is Prakriti, which is translated as female in English? Purush, it is written Purush Vishesa Ishwara. This is the slok number 24 in Yoga Sutra. And it means, I quote, Ishwar is explained as Purush Vishes. Purush means the enjoyer or owner. Purush is a gender neutral term in our culture, in our civilization. It is falsely translated as male by people who don't understand Sanskrit. Anyone who tries to lord over things or people around them are called Purush. If you are the sole owner, enjoyer of thing, you are Purush. Your biological thing, that which is said that gender is a creation of society, it is not so. And even G.B. Shaw, he has said and he has written and proven the fact that if a genius woman is there, you find out, you will find so many qualities of male, and in male, vice versa. And that is what we do find in Yoga Sutra. So I'm just jotting the dots. My next point is that because it is taking place in Patna itself, and I think after pointing certain dots right now, I will be doing it. The scholars and the experts also would like very much to go to the Patna Sangrahalaya museum, Patna museum there. You go and see the museum and all your misconceptions will wiped out. You will be having a different vision. And those who are from the east or west or north or south of our Bharat, those who are quoting or misquoting, it is their knowledge. It is their information, not knowledge, I will say, because these are totally different things. As per their information, they should go and they will be having different opinion about their own informations. And that which is, I'll be quoting, slim. India is a land where we go for child marriage. India is a land where we go for dowry. India is a land we go for ghungat. All these things. You go and you will find all the answers. I will be quoting Meghdut, slim, youthful, with fine teeth and lips, red like bimbo fruit, accentuated in the west with eyes like those of frightened doe, with deep navel, slow of gait by the weight of the hips, and slightly bent by her full breast. She is, as it were, the first and the best in the creation of the feminine beauty by the Creator. The most beautiful one. And it is written by Kalidas in Meghdut. And when Kalidas wrote it, it was not the beginning of our civilization. Even prior to that, when Eve was just 2000 years before, when Eve was thrown out of the Garden of Eden, and prior to that, very few people know that. It may be mythology, I don't know, but it is written. I have found it written by those Black womanist writers, authors, that prior to Eve, and it is there once again, I will quote Google also, the first wife of Adam was Lilith. And Lilith was not created out one of the ribs of Adam. She was created parallelly with Adam. And hence, she was not ready to compromise in so many things, so many orders given by Adam. Hence, she was cursed. She was not just thrown out of the Eden. She was cursed. She will be having, so many children, but she will devour her own children. And then Eve was created while Adam was asleep from one of his own rapes. And she was the most obedient one, but even then, she also was a sinner. And here, Kalidas, he has portrayed the feminine beauty of a woman, saying that the most beautiful creation of the Creator, without raising a single figure against her. So what we find in our Sabhyata is, from the divine to the temporal, the idea and concept of femininity in the woman is one of the most celebrated forms to have inspired authors, painters, sculptors throughout our history. Bharatiya history, I'm not going to call Indian history. The representation of women in art, thought, literature, philosophy, dharma, and culture envelops the very ecosystem of Indian cultural heritage. Going back to the twin concepts of, once again, Purush and Prakriti, the same thing from Yoga Sutra, the yin and yang, it is the feminine principle which is imbued with energy. I quote, Rangasya darshayitva nivartate yatha nrityana purushasya yathatmanan prakasya nivartate prakriti. That is the 59th shloka of Sankhya Karika. After creating a theatrical spectacle, the dances leaves the stage. Likewise, the Prakriti, after exhibiting cosmic activity to the Purush. And therefore, it came as no surprise that while thinking of hosting a unique exhibition of the Bihar Museum, Patna, that is why I was quoting. And I wish that at least some of the participants should go, especially with lopsided vision. It is the concept of women and deities that seemed most relevant and significant there. I was just a couple of months back, I was there and I saw a very small miniature of terracotta, and it was written Lajja Gauri. Lajja and Gauri. And the presentation was so awful because it was presented in a most provocative way, with thrust of her pelvis, completely naked, save for her jewelry and an elaborate hairdo. And strangely, nowhere in the world has the female form been celebrated, adored, and revered as in Bharat. Nowhere. Be it Khajuraho. So this Ghungat Pratha, this is the example. And I won't explain anymore. Konark, Halbid, or Tanjavur. Every nook and corner of any temple complex has the most beautiful figures of women. And they are not cursed women. From the secular to the dharmic, from the vernacular to the classical, the female form radiates charm, beauty, and most importantly, power. The Bihar Museum's jewel in the crown is the iconic Didarganj Yakshi, who epitomizes the ideals of Indian beauty of a woman, the creator. Because you go to the museum and nowhere you will find even a single, creation of a woman that which is without a shastra in her hand. If there is a child on her left lap, there is always in her right hand, you will find certain shastras. This is our woman. This is our Bharatiya woman. And if Ghungar Pratha was right there from the ancient times, how come we don't have any single creation in our temples or in any other places I have just quoted right now? We don't have any single woman behind the curtain, behind the veil. So from where came? Parda, even the parda, the word is not, it is an Arabic word. It is not Hindi. The second thing is that child marriage. In Rig Veda, and you can find it out right now, I'm just going through it. In Rig Veda, the minimum age for marriage of a girl is 16. In the Rig Veda, it is quoted. Anyone can find it out. And for boy, it is 18. The second condition is that unless the girl is educated, it was very, very difficult for the father to find a bridegroom. Education was must, compulsorily, or it was, girl may remain, unmarried. The third thing is that, and I'm quoting Rigved itself, the third thing is that it was not education of pen and paper. She should have the knowledge of horse riding, swimming, sword, everything. And only then she was acceptable. She had that much of knowledge of all the Vedic rituals. One of the readers who was just, for me, it was a kind of taunt because I know. For her, it may be, her information. It was a kind of taunt for me. The rituals was that she should be knowledgeable enough that if the husband is not at home, she should, as Swamini, this is the exact word, Swamini can take care of the entire household things, including even the war. If the woman was, given that much of freedom, you just search the entire civilization of this world, even the ancient one, nowhere you will find the word Swayamvar. Nowhere. Even the Persian or any ancient civilization. This word is exceptional that it has been used only in Bharat. And we were backward. Things are happening. Once again, and I will come to the point. Even if the doctors are not safe, it is horrible. But I will be coming to the point. The third thing is that from nobody questions what is happening. We are declaring it is information. And what is happening, the bridge was burned. Things were looted. Kohinoor was looted. But why it is or why it was that our texts were burned? It could have been looted too. They wanted to burn the bridge which connected past with the present. Without that bridge, we remained a pauper in our own sight. In one of his novels, Sir V.S. Naipaul, he has written, he has rather compared India as area of darkness. I'm so sorry, he got the Nobel Prize, but he accepted. He accepted that he had written those books when he was offered a huge amount of beautiful, handsome amount of money by two publication houses, one from America, another from England. I don't know how come he has written it himself. And he got. So he was given rather a task. an assignment for which he was paid, and another thing, he was paid by Nobel Prize. India became an area of darkness, but from whence? Was right from the beginning India so? So it was burnt, our manuscripts burnt, and then suppose that, right now you are a king. Our chairperson is a king or a queen, and her entire palace is burnt. You are, murdered, and you're small children. They have nothing to eat, nothing to put on, nothing to look before or after. And then right from the beginning, those children were said that, well, you are pauper, and I will be providing you from these things, your livelihood. They don't have the memory of their past because it is born. Without education, without anything, they will accept that, well, I was a beggar, and they are our beneficiaries. That is what happened. The same conspiracy happened with Bharat. So, and that was the place. That is why again and again, once again, I will repeat, you go in the Bihar Museum and you will find the place of woman. She is, right, more than 2000 years back. And the thing is that it is not written. Those things are, you can touch, you can feel it, you can see it for yourself. And still you are saying that the condition of women, the society is patriarchal or was patriarchal. If it was patriarchal, then how come Bhim used to be called Konte, Arjun was Konte, Madre, and even the daughter was used to be called from the name of her Draupadi, being the daughter of King Drupad. So she was just the, bearer of the name of her father. And now researchers, the scholars are saying that it had always been a land of patriarchy. You just go and you will find it out for yourself. All the researchers, I very humbly, I do beg. Some other things that I think if we do have the time, or if it permits, Dr.
Ma'am, it was going so good. I thought of you interrupting at once, but I thought, okay, let's continue this because the topic is so interesting, and I was so delved into that.
That
But
is
yes,
why I say
obviously
that.
there's a constraint of time because we have 30 to 15%.
Yes, of course. That's why
Yes, please, you can take another 10 to 15 minutes if you want, ma'am. That's totally okay.
That's why I said that truth is like a porcupine.
Yes.
And they blinded us with their given narratives. What is needed is that nobody is ready to read our own texts. And from the last, I think, 5-6 years, I have almost left reading English literature. And while once again, I will think I can claim, plagiarism. Right now we are, teaching PhD coursework and all that. And we are talking, there is small, UGC has, specially given 2 units for, plagiarism. That is moral theft. I can write now with all the proof, literary proof. I can claim that, Wordsworth or even Shakespeare, they can be accused of this moral theft. Word by word, stanza by stanza, they have taken, Shakespeare has taken his sonnets from Valmiki Ramayana. I can give the proof. Every word, even Varna. And Wordsworth has taken his, nature poets from not only from Kalidas, but from Ramcharitmanas as well. And once again, I can give the proof. I'm just in search of such a scholar who can give, his her heart and soul for this research. They can be accused. Why Kalidas is called the Shakespeare of the East? Shakespeare was born later than Kalidas. Why not Shakespeare is Kalidas of the West? That's why I said that. I'm going to turn the table and nothing else. I'm just going to put down the platter on the dots. It might be not very clear. I was just putting dots. For now, it is up to you to connect it to collect it and to judge for yourself what you are, what is our past, and how our present should be. Now let us come to the present. When I quoted, hinted at the recent, accidents, from whence it has started to happen, why women become a thing to be played. Even at present, those who are, the so-called feminist, and you go and see the media, I'm not accusing, I'm just challenging. You go to the media, why a woman is, very advanced until and unless she wears scanty clothes. I'm not saying that you are from, top to bottom, you are clad with, or cloth. Our monuments, our things are very much, open about it. But right now, what actually they are trying to prove? What they are trying to prove is that still they are the play game in the hands of Western patriarchy. What is the need of, certain advertisement? You put on certain cosmetics, Maybelline, I just do forget the names and the brands. I'm very unknown in this field, but certain, unless you use Maybelline, unless you become fair, you are not worth. I'm worth it because I'm using this thing. So still whiteness is there. So let us try to overcome this mental slavery. Let us go to our own root. Let us find out everything is not fair there. But at least let us know ourselves what is right and what is wrong, instead of, pining and whining away with the given narratives that India always had been a land of patriarchy. And with these few words, I'll say thank you. Thank you for this great opportunity to interact with all the great scholars. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The honor is all ours. Definitely, you have really insightful session here, no doubt about it. And with your permission and Nutan ma'am's permission, ma'am, can we start and begin our session with presenters?
Please move ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. So I would like to call our
Before that, just 1 minute means I cannot stop myself. I couldn't resist saying that, ma'am, like being an Indian, you have shown your Bharatiya Artha on this munch.
Thank you so
of
much.
saying that, ma'am, but I waited for you to say that.
Yeah. But since that would be customary at the end, I wanted to intervene and then say thank you so very much, ma'am.
Thank you, dear.
Really, it was very insightful and really.
Being myself.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And with your all of your permission, I would like to call our first presenter, Dr. Vyom Kesari T, Stanley College of Engineering and Technology for Women, Hyderabad. Are you ready with the presentation, ma'am?
Yes, sir. But before I proceed further, it was amazing talk. I'm so glad that I've participated in this particular conference. And with your permission, may I share my PPT?
Sure, ma'am. And before you proceed to PPT, let me clarify the timing and slot that has been already been clarified.
Absolutely.
That you will be provided only 5 minutes for presentation and 2 to 3 minutes for the discussion if
yes,
time allows. I hope that's okay, ma'am. And
absolutely fine. I have even prepared only 5 slides. I don't need it at the time.
Please continue, ma'am, with the presentation.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And this is Dr. Vyoma, and I'm an assistant professor, Stanley College of Engineering and Technology for Women, and it's in Hyderabad. And ma'am, I would like to really thank, because a few of the points that you raised in your talk actually has a bearing on my presentation too. Though I don't talk about all these stereotypes in adults, but I talk about all these things as something that has to be connected with children, because from childhood, if you really plan right things will definitely fall in place. And that's the reason why I'm a children's, I'm a researcher in children's literature, and my topic today is also on the transformative power of children's literature and intersection analysis of narratives of conflict, caste, and gender. And I would like to start my presentation with one of a quote by Eglanton Zeb. She happens to be the social worker who worked for the rights of the children during the UK war. And I'm sure all of us are absolutely in the know-how that there are so many wars going right now in 21 to probably 110 cities. And to start my presentation with a quote by Eglantin Zeb, who happens to be the pioneer of children's rights during the World War. I would like to quote, "Every war is a war against children." Absolutely, I'm sure to introduce to you all the next slide, which talks about the Israel-Hamas Gaza, where the children are absolutely stuck in the crossfire, and the Sudan, forced displacement, and Colombia, armed violence, and also that particular war recruits children who can definitely help them in the war, we all know that Ukraine war is absolutely ongoing. And let me add to that, there are at least 110 armed conflicts across the continent, be it from Africa to Europe, and the biggest victims of all these genocides, or for that matter, wars or conflicts, is none other than children. So it's very important that we stop this hatred and try to plant some empathy in our children, which will definitely go a long way in creating a sustainable future for all of us. And then my third slide, given this context, my paper definitely would like to talk about the intertwining of the conflict, war, race, gender, and caste in children's literature. And it is very important because this becomes a very powerful tool so that we can foster a lot of understanding and introspection amongst children. And there are some stories and poems from the text set that I have chosen, and no longer children's literature must be taught as and thought as an entertainment, but it definitely must serve some educational purposes, and it should definitely reflect the intricacies of the social structures we have and the human experiences that are very important for developing tolerance towards other religions, for that matter. And yeah, I chose this particular topic because wars are really disturbing. They are not only disturbing, they displace people, they create a lot of hatred, they really perpetuate a long hostility among people, and eventually, I'm sure each one of us will definitely forget that humanity and become definitely an animal. And that is the reason why this particular text that I've chosen, which is on the narratives of war, this will definitely give a good way for the children to prepare. And no longer I can say that children will definitely not be knowing about war because it's a children's literature. We should not really expose them to that. I don't think so. It's very important that children should definitely know the harsh realities of conflicts that are happening in and around them. And then it's very important, as I said earlier too, it will develop a lot of empathy, resilience, and hope. And yes, literature as a transformative power in my title always talks about that hope it offers in the kind of narratives it creates. Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
And yes, this particular
Can you please jump to the conclusion?
Yeah, I will definitely come. Just give me a minute. And yes, as I said, very, very important thing that I want to tell you that, yes, this particular paper is very important because it will create a very just and inclusive society. And as far as the findings are taken into consideration, there are certain characters, even children characters like Mubina, Kamla, and Faraz in my stories, where the dark side of a human being, especially children, is coming into foray. We are developing that very dichotomy of us versus them, which is absolutely not right. We all are one world, like ma'am pointed out. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is what we should definitely develop by shunning away wars at any point of time. And the young protagonists in my stories are absolutely a mirror as to what kind of violence, discrimination, and societal upheaval is actually happening, which is creating a lot of bewilderment and despair, not only in adults, but also in children. And then when we look at the inner worlds of the children, it's very important that we have to introspect whether are they really learning some empathy and tolerance to really empathize with those who are actually marginalized. And also at the same time, it's important that we know the human behavior, not only adults, but also the children, and what kind of trauma they undergo when there is absolute explosion of their world in the form of a war or a conflict or a religious riot. Absolutely. And this is the stage when the narratives can definitely transform there, and the reading of diverse novels can transform them in really facing this kind of a situations absolutely very, very positively. And this particular anthology, as I said, is an intersection analysis because it talks about different intersections like caste and gender, which are absolutely even now prevalent. And also it talks about how it is very important for all of us to treat all the individuals with the dignity, equity, respect, because we are in the so-called diverse, equity, and inclusive and belonging stage of the world. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And it has been wonderful really working on this book. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And really, the war, the gender, and the caste really affect the children from the very beginning. And thank you so much for the presentation. That was a really well put words through literature, use of literature. Now I would like to call Miss Maria Thomas from St. Thomas College, Thrissur, Kerala.
If you are ready, ma'am, with the presentation.
Yes, I am. Let me share my screen.
Okay, ma'am.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. So, I am Maria Thomas. I'm a full-time research scholar at St. Thomas College, Thrissur, and I'm here to present the paper Seeking Emancipation Through Feminine Fashion, a comparative analysis of the tradwives and the bimbos of TikTok. Unpacking the elements of a bimbo. Bimbo is defined as a well-built, attractive, and somewhat dumb woman, a term that was popular in the US during the 1920s. And the term Barbie, as we all know, is an immensely popular children's doll. Though the word does not refer to a group of individuals, it refers more to a style and a sense of fashion with the characteristic Barbie blonde hair and Barbie pink. Several women celebrities have been discriminately labeled as bimbos, such as Marilyn Monroe and Paris Hilton. There are two aspects to the bimbo. One is her physical appearance, and the second is her intellect, which, according to the definition of the bimbo, the former quality seems to outweigh her intelligence. The fleshy female body is riddled with myriad contentions and debates. It is a site of sexual difference and discrimination, a locus whereupon the ideological patriarchal control is exerted, and a fertile ground for capitalist manipulatory marketing, a source of deriving pleasures from it, while at the same time inciting fear and disgust by citing menstruation, pregnancy, childbirth, body hair, and so on. Since time immemorial, the female body has been a site whereupon the constantly evolving and ephemeral beauty ideals that vastly differs across cultures, space, and time have been inscribed upon to prune, pluck, and tuck the female body, to decorate it as an ornament, to liken it to an object for the pleasures of the male gaze. Naomi Wolf has largely talked about the dangers of beauty standards in her seminal work, The Beauty Myth. She notes that at that time, the ideal was someone who was tall, thin, white, and blonde, someone who was perfect, gaunt, yet fully breasted and Caucasian. By the second wave of feminism, women in the West have freed themselves from the shackles of feminine mystique of domestic bliss and feminine fragility. They were amassing freedom and political power that had the immense potential to topple masculinist institutions. As Naomi Wolf has noted, men needed to devise another more permanent, transcending, and indestructible cage that would entrap women in her vulnerabilities regarding her physical body, which would take the sharp edge off of her newfound independence and confidence. This is why Wolf has called the beauty myth a political weapon, so carefully and ingeniously crafted that it has lasted through many centuries and continues to bear its teeth, scarring women both psychologically and physically, hindering a woman's progress. The rise of bimbocore and barbiecore. Recently, there has been a resurgence of the bimbo and Barbie aesthetic, which was popular during the early 2000s as modeled by Elle Woods, played by Reese Witherspoon, Paris Hilton, and now notably by Christy Klapaker on online platforms such as TikTok. This micro fashion trend would seem that it is a direct submission to the beauty ideals of the tall, white, thin, yet curvy blonde beauty myth to sexualize her body and dressing for the disciplinary and objectifying male gaze. But their revival today has an emancipatory edge. So these women are basically satirizing the dumb blonde stereotype. As Threadcraft noted, the very means employed by patriarchal society that aims to constitute gendered, sexualized feminine subjects hold the potential for agency, resistance, and subversion. So these microtrends of bimbocore and barbiecore do offer a space and opportunity for women who so desire to explore their feminine side without compromising on their cerebral capacities. But however, this is a slippery slope because these have been encroached by the capitalist market in order to push an agenda on women nowadays.
Ma'am, can you please wrap it up?
Yes. Moving on to the era of tradwives. The term tradwife rose in popularity in social media discourses from the 2020s, but it has existed as a niche movement since the 2010s. So the movement heralds an era of neo-patriarchalism where a woman denounces her career and ambitions to serve her husband, tend the home and children, and discharge other feminine domestic duties whilst remaining subservient to the male figurehead. So unsurprisingly, this movement has gained a substantial traction online with popular taglines such as "A woman's place is in her home" or "Trying to be a man is a waste of a woman." So the problematic aesthetics of the tradwives. So the focus of this paper is to analyze the sartorial signifiers associated with this movement, namely long floral dresses, A-line silhouettes, frilly hems and aprons in soft pastel colors and light fabrics with belt sleeves, sweetheart neckline, and crochet detailing, all signifying hyperfemininity. So though we could attribute these to personal choice, it is important to recognize the dangerous far-right ideology that is packaged beneath gingham pattern dresses and aprons. The romanticization of an era which denied women basic rights is a cause for concern. Undoubtedly, all the modest modes of dressing and making yourself conservatively pretty is solely meant for the male gaze, that is the husband. While conservative dressing can be a valid choice for some women, within the field of trad wife movement, which espouses total subservience to the male figure, then the woman's
Ma'am.
body, her sexuality, and her labor, yeah, just a few more seconds.
Sure,
I'm
ma'am.
in my conclusion. Okay, thank you. Are solely reserved for this pleasure and use. So, in order to conclude, while Bimbocore or allied Barbiecore was unapologetic in its exaggeration of femininity and purported hypersexualization, it critically plays on the dumb blonde woman stereotype. However, the tradwives movement, on the other hand, espouses traditional gender roles. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. That was really well said, that how emancipation through feminine fashion, and especially the trade wives, bimbos, and TikTok, how that influences the nature, and how all those are for the male gaze as representation of male, and how things can be seen when interpreted from both the eyes of the male and female in a different way, and how as ma'am earlier said, the complementary gender roles that we play, so how that differs in a way. And it was really well put words, ma'am. Thank you so much for your
Thank you,
presentation.
sir. Thank you, sir. And I'm sorry for going over time.
It's okay, ma'am. That's not an issue later, but we have to be secret and keep the time in running in action, ma'am. Okay.
Yes,
So thank you so much for your presentation, ma'am. Thank you so much for being here. Moving on to our next presentation is Kirti M from University of Calicut. Kirti M, can we have your presentation on screen, ma'am? Can we have your mic? Kirti M. Okay. So moving on to the next person, Amrita Das and Dr. Sarina K.
Yes, sir.
Amrita Das. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Um, okay.
Okay, ma'am. Can you please proceed with your presentation, ma'am?
Sure, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
So, I'm not able to share my screen, I guess.
It's okay, ma'am. You can go and read. If the people you cannot able to share if you're not able to share your screen, you can just go through the presentation.
Okay, I'm really sorry
We just
about
have to put more extra attention on your words. That's all.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay. So I'll just move on with the work. So hi, my name is Amrita, and my paper is titled "Disrupting Norms: The Effect of Subversive Storytelling on Transgender Visibility." So for a long time, films have been portrayed as indigenous identities and experiences towards colonial viewpoints. They were depicted as recurring character types such as mystical beings or figures of comic relief. According to Julia Emberley, narratives about indigenous women have frequently adhered to gendered biases. The colonial cis heteronormative perspective portrays the indigenous female body as a sexual object and indigenous male body as a representation of primitive male aggression. So the main aims and objective of my paper is to examine how the film Drunk Town's Finest depict the intersection of transgender and Native American identities, and it also ponders on how the film challenges, subverts, and redefines societal norms and expectations around gender identity through theoretical concept of Susan Strike and Herbert Marquez. So Drunk Town's Finest, which is directed by Sydney Freeland, is a recent film that challenges the concept of representational intersectionality by highlighting the interconnected nature of social identities and its impact on individual lived experiences. This work focuses on three main Native American figures: an adoptive Christian woman, a soon-to-be father, and the main character that I'll be focusing on, a transgender woman named Felixia. So Felixia, a Navajo trans woman in the reservation, and her life grappling between the Navajo Nation reservation and the outside world will be depicted. Here, the word two-spirit can be seen as we use throughout the film, which is an identity that denotes indigenous person who possesses both masculine and feminine spiritual and religious qualities. After colonization, gender roles were established and imposed up based on the biological sex, restricting any expression or societal engagement beyond male-female dichotomy. So here, the film explores the protagonist's personal challenges as they navigate the gender identity and connection to their Native American cultural heritage, where Felixia, who aspires to be a model, faces discrimination and marginalization from both the mainstream society as well as the Navajo community, except for her grandparents. For instance, she was rejected from competing in a competition, Women for Navajo, just because of her gender identity. At times, her identity is portrayed as a Western transgender identity than a two-spirit category, which is much more fluid. And she explores contemporary forms of self-expression, such as modeling, which may not actually align with the two-spirit, traditional two-spirit's role that have been written, or revealing the complexities embracing both modern transcendent identity and her native cultural heritage. In the film, we have a character, Harmon John, who is Felixia's grandfather, who shares a very interesting story about Navajo community and his cultural significance of Natli. Natli is a significant figure in the Navajo community, where he concludes the main aim of the story is about the importance of three genders, that is men, women, as well as Nadlin in this world. Next slide actually was transgender rage and expressive tolerance, which is the theoretical framework of my paper. So the article focuses on the concept of transgender rage by Susan Stryker and repressive tolerance by Herbert Marquis. So Stryker explores the powerful emotions that transgenders experience, particularly in response to societal norms and ongoing struggles for recognition and acceptance. This concept of transgender rage can be used to analyze the character of Felixia, where Stryker describes transgender race as an emotional reaction to being viewed as an object or marginalized individual due to gender norms and societal structures. The rage originates from a sense of dehumanization or being denied a rightful place within the society. According to Stryker, this emotion can serve as a source of empowerment if needed, disrupting and challenging dominant societal norms. In the film, Felixia's experience reflects the challenges of navigating the tension between a personal identity and societal norms, where she faces rejection from a family, community, and broader society, exemplifying Stryker's concept of transgender rage or transgenders being forced into a state of social exclusion and marginalization. Felixia redirects her anger and resolve into an empowering act, utilizing beauty pages and modeling.
Ma'am, can you please?
Yeah, sure. To reclaim ownership of our body and identity. Here, Stryker's concept, Stryker portrays transgender rage as a pure fury that arises not only from the personal experiences, but also functions as a mean of survival. Basically, Stryker points it out as a catalyst. And in Repressive Tolerance, which was put forward by Marquis, argues that it takes two forms. Firstly, an unquestioning acceptance of dominant viewpoints and ideas, even if they harm others or the outside world. Secondly, a vocal endorsement of actions that are overly hostile or harmful to other people. Here, according to Marquis, true liberation necessitates a fundamental departure from the system of dominance. So Felixia's transgender identity is only accepted to a certain extent where she experiences economic and social marginalization, and a family and society does not fully embrace her identity. To conclude, drawing from both the concepts, namely transgender rage and repressive tolerance, they challenge and subvert the societal norms by depicting transgender identity in a complex way that resists traditional binary frameworks and simplistic forms of acceptance. So here the director's goal is to depict Native American women in a positive and hopeful manner, but still we can find a lot of actions where they still face challenges in a deeper level. So during 2014, Freeland was able to present a film involving the history of queer in United States before the colonization and the existence even today within the Native community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for the words. You talked about two spirit, masculine and feminine, how the gender and society rule functions about the gender identity, and about how the both community question her identity when you talked about her, and the implementation of gender rule and its performance and normativity and performativity, both gender, and talked about gender identity also, and especially from the angle of transgender visibility. And that was really well put, ma'am. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So moving on to our next presentation, Himanshu Rathi from School of Law, the North Cap University, Gurugram. So are you ready with your presentation, sir?
Yes, sir. Is my screen visible to all of us?
Yes, sir. We can see your screen. The mythical stereotyping of women litigants in matrimonial cases.
An analysis of judicial discourse. So thanks for providing assistance in reading the title. So in this particular presentation, I'll be walking through how the courts have functioned when it treats women litigants. Now, especially in matrimonial cases, and matrimonial cases do not only conform to the family law cases, the traditional divorce and property succession cases, but also includes all the questions whereby women's role in family have been somewhere or the other raised, though may not as the central issue. So, whenever we tell certain stories to the children, that is the predominant view that we adopt. And as the previous presenter has already pointed out, so I'll not be going into that. Now, there are certain tales that we hear about how women should behave, and we are only told about one side. Perspective is only one side. For example, if we choose the story of Savitri was a woman who was dedicated to her husband and brought him back from the yam. We often forget that Savitri was the one who chose her own husband, despite the warnings by the priest and her father. Right? Damyanti also chose her husband. She stuck with him. She stuck with her choice. But nonetheless, we only focus on the part that where she completely dedicated herself to the husband. Sita interestingly made 4 choices. First, she made a choice to accompany Ram to exile. Secondly, she decided not to return with Hanuman. Thirdly, when Ram told him that she may not be accepted in Ayodhya as a woman with chastity because she has been in other man's home, she again made a choice of returning to Ayodhya through trial by fire. Now Ram knew that Sita would not leave him, so he abandoned Sita in forest. And after that, Ram told her that she should return on learning that they have 2 children. Again, she made a choice of not returning to the palace and going back from where she was born, that is Earth. Again, story of Shilavati, I cannot go because of paucity of time, and we are often told about Savitri, but we seldom hear about Ruru and Priyambada, the husband who sacrificed half of his life for his wife. Now, when Ambika and Ambalika were denied their choice of marriage, and they were sent for lavirate marriages because their husband, for different reasons, could not help them conceive, we saw that what happened to the progeny, the next progeny. Dhritarashtra was born blind and Pandu was having a curse. So it's not about that the woman should be dedicated to the man, but even the woman should be listened to. That's what our stories tell. And if you don't listen to her, then the ill fortunes with which woman is born, the similar ill fortunes fall on the family. If the woman is also not given heeded with equal respect. But again, that's the dominant perspective that we are told. So women are often told be like Sati, Sita, Savitri, but Damyanti, but never be like Draupadi. Interestingly, Draupadi was the one who was learned in Vedas and weaponry, and her Samvad in the Kuru Sabha is something that is often rehearsed again and again. If you will see literature about how she made sense of dharma and spirit, which no man was able to conceive in Kuru Sabha, she did it. Now, in courtrooms, if you will see this narrative of marriage, purifying women, everything is gone. So, our former Chief Justice S.A. Bobde, not very long ago, asked the accused in his bail hearing that would it be fine if you marry the victim? What about the victim's choice? If she has been raped, doesn't mean that she would want to marry. This is again something the court says in a rape adjudication about how Indian women are, and that's how they're domesticated. Not my words, the words of a Supreme Court judge, that Western women are gold diggers. They are craving male attention, vengeful, gain publicity, they are jealous, they are sympathy seekers, and so on. These factors are inapplicable to Indian women who are traditional bound, and they will not make false accusations of rape because family honor is being involved, as amongst many other reasons. Again, a judge on separate residence asked a woman that would you want to stay alone? Question came, why can't she stay alone? She says that no, usually we find divorced daughters living with her parents. It's for their own protection. Fine. The courts are going in that narrative, something that we have been told often about. The woman would either stay with father or with the husband.
Himanshu, Can you please wrap it up and jump to the
Yeah,
conclusion?
I'm just wrapping it up only. So in
Okay,
courtroom,
thank
it's
you.
again, yeah. So I'll just give one example and then wrap up. Justice Gyan Sudha Mishra, former judge of Supreme Court, listed her unmarried daughters in the column of liabilities when she was declaring that whether the woman uh, declaring her assets and liabilities. And likewise, Kerala High Court have called a spade a spade. No time to discuss that, so I'll just move forward. The reflection here being that the curriculums should be more inclusive for the judiciary. This is the last slide. And also the end of stereotyping typing women is so much that the Indian Supreme Court in 2024 came out with a handbook that says combating gender stereotypes. Even the judges are not immune from them. They also take the patriarchal mindset, the half interpretation of the stories that we are often told, and that those half interpretations become the basis of judgment, the basis of judging women in most of the cases which involves husband and wife or a matrimonial feud. This is my submission. So there should be a judicial revision of curriculum. Cannot go into the detailed submissions due to paucity of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Himanshu. And literally, there is some obviously a stereotype that is related with the woman and the gender roles. And in law also, when you look for a person, you cannot judge something on the based of one side of the story, and you have to look at the other perspective also. Very well done, Himanshu. Very well presented. Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. Now moving on to our next presenter, Megha AG from Central University of Kerala. Megha?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
So can you please?
Yes, sir. I'm sharing my PPT.
Okay.
Can you please accept, sir? It's asking about some. Yeah.
I don't think so. It will ask about the acceptance. So yes, Megha. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello.
So we can listen to you, Megha. Your voice is audible.
Yes, sir. Sir, is my presentation is visible?
Yes, now it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Narratives of resilience. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm Megha Eji, a research scholar. The title of my paper is The Narratives of Resilience, Exploring Intersectional Marginalities in the Select Short Stories of Du Saraswati. The present paper aims to explore how caste, gender, and other marginalities intersect and intensify the sufferings of Dalit women presented in the select short stories of Du Saraswati, a renowned Kannada Dalit women writer and an activist. The paper also intends to trace the subversive narratives of the Dalit women because their narratives they have not only illustrate the vulnerable conditions of the Dalit women, they also covers the narratives of resilience, resistance, dignity, agency, and self-awareness in Dalit women. Basically, Dalit women have been constantly subject to multiple forms of discrimination, deprivation, exploitation, and exclusion due to their gender, caste, class, religion, ethnicity, disability, sexuality, and so on, which cannot be understood by the single axis framework. Despite understanding this difference among women, the mainstream feminist writer always gave more attention to the women from the privileged section, as well as the critical debates, as well as everyday discourses treat caste and gender experiences as distinct categories, often failing to address the complexities of the intersectional lives. Along with that, the presumption of maleness in Dalit studies and the operant presence of privilege in feminist studies often leave out the problems of Dalit women. As a result, Dalit women questions remain unaddressed and misrepresented. Most of the time, the depiction of Dalit women either romanticized or sympathized by the mainstream narratives. This exclusion creates a gap between experience and theory. So, the present study is employing intersectionality as a methodology to address these intertwined, invisible, and intricate discriminations enduring by the Dalit women. The present paper attempts to examine the two short stories, the Bachisu and Vannahelu, two selected short stories from the collection Bachisu, written by Du Saraswati. Being a Dalit scholar and a civil servant, Du Saraswati recounted her experiences as a Dalit woman through her short stories. Both short stories offer a critical examination of a precarious and deplorable working conditions faced by women workers and manual scavengers and sanitary workers and within urban and municipal corporations. In the first story, the story depicts the pathetic conditions of women workers in local municipality. The Anjanamma being a protagonist of the short story, and she used to work as a contract-based municipality worker in Bangalore, and even from morning to night she used to work without respite and but for a little wages. And as we all know that actually how caste system works, how caste system works, because this caste system not only position Dalit in lower status of a social structure, but it also forces them to do a menial occupations such as drainage cleaning and waste pickers, manual scavenging and cleaning away the dead animals and whatever. So in this way, on one side, as a Dalit, the caste limited them to do a menial work. On the other side, gender interplays a crucial role in wages discrimination. If you look at this issue on a single axis, either a woman or a Dalit may not facilitate a better understanding of a complexity of a discrimination. Moreover, in present municipality, the town municipalities and try to employ a Dalit workers, and it is also kind of an again reinforcing caste practices in modern way. Apart from this narration also, and in the writer try to provided the narratives of resistance through her short stories. As an example, Lakshmi, the daughter of Anjanamma, delivered her baby who has 2 fingers in his right hand and 3 in his left hand. Despite feeling unfortunate, she felt that the baby was a mark of our community changes. Unlike us, who hold the broomstick to clean the streets with his 2 fingers, he can able to hold a pen alone, not a broomstick. This quotation shows that the act of resistance and act of agency and self-awareness towards their education. The next story, the Wanahelu, also pathetically describe the conditions of the manual scavenger. Here it is very important to notice that actually the stigma associated with the occupations, because the traditional occupations in India are closely associated with the caste systems. Instead of understanding these caste systems, if we apply as a Marxist structure to understand the suffer, it is uh, it looks incomplete. And moreover, even in the short story, even in the story, whenever the people who works as a manual scavenger, they try to escape from the traditional occupation, but they don't have any other option due to poverty, unemployment and hunger. They have no other options to fill their tummies, and they can go back to the traditional work. This systematic oppression should be understood only by the multiple axes rather than a single axis framework. And moreover, as Ravichandran argues that over the time, the profession of manual scavenging has been reduced to governmental categories and not seen as a structural problem of the caste system in India. It shows that actually, and instead of looking at that, the which undermines the historical system of a caste practices determines every socio-political, economic, and cultural aspects of Dalits. So it is very important for us to understand this the overlaid, and instead of we are saying a triple or double oppression, it is important to understand this invisible and blind spot to address that the Dalit life. As in conclusion, those Saraswati narratives not only illustrate the vulnerable conditions of the Dalit women, it also demonstrates the strong womanhood, integrity, dignity, agency, and act of resistance. And examining the Saraswati short story offer a micro view of intersection of the caste and gender, which is overlooked in both caste and gender studies. So it is very important to address these intricate discriminations through the lens of intersectionality. So actually in India, and we are instead of rejecting intersectionality as a Western tool or imperial tool to understand the native experiences, but instead of rejecting intersectionality as a Western tool, it is important to look at how it advanced to understand that invisible and intricate and intertwined aspects of the marginalizations. And that is how that the way that only will provide a better understanding of the nuanced life of a Dalit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Megha. Thank you so much for your presentation. And yes, you talked about intersectionality, and gender intersectionality is not only about black women and white women. It's not only about black men and white men. There are many more things beyond that. And yes, in the Saraswati's narrative, which demonstrated a strong womanhood, integrity, dignity, agency, and act of resistance that you talked about, and also examining the stories of the short stories, giving a macro view of the intersection and the caste, about caste and gender, which is overlooked in that study of both, in both ways, the caste and gender. So very well presented, Megha. Thank you so much for your presentation. And moving on to our next presentation, Soumya Agarwal from IIT Roorkee, Uttarakhand. Soumya, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, I'm ready. Just a minute. I'm just presenting.
Sure. And next is Jyoti Rani. Jyoti Rani, please be ready with your presentation. Soumya.
I hope the presentation is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Just a minute. I'm putting it on slideshow. Yes. So, I'm Soumya Agarwal, research scholar from Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Roorkee. Just a minute. So the title of my presentation is Witchcraft to Wellness, Women's Mental Health and Evolution in Bollywood Cinema. So starting with the introduction, gender being the critical determinant of mental health and mental illness, it becomes a recurring motive in society's cultural belief system, religious system, where religious superiors issues mental health with women, considers as a supernatural forces, biological flaws, or moral weaknesses. Where there are misconceptions like the idea of wandering wombs, demonization of women, and harmful labels like hysterical or mad. Therefore, Bollywood cinema also, in some of the films like Bhoot, Saya, Mahal, Gumnaam, Sannata, Aparijit, this could be witnessed, and they are often categorized into genres of suspense, thrill, and mystery, where there is promotion of stigmatization, stereotyping, and discriminatory attitudes, emphasize danger, criminality, and unpredictability, induce laughter, fear, and sadness, and lead to reactions like fear, rejection, derision, or ridicule. And this often leads to subjecting women with tags like mad, disturbed, sensitive, frustrated, aggressive. So here lies with the objective of my paper is to navigate and underline the trajectory of the mental health representation in Bollywood from its conception to its demonic possession to process of its scientific treatment through psychotherapy. So firstly, I would just in a brief would like to highlight that how the gender bias has shaped mental health stigma. So starting from Hippocrates, there is the idea of hysteria, where there is called as wandering wombs. So there he said that the disposition of his uterus leads to the erratic behavior. Next it comes to Plato, who linked it with the mental health to the women's sexual dysfunction. In medieval Europe, it was linked to witchcraft. Even it could be traced in the treatise of Malus Melciferum. And with this, there is a recurring motif of mad women. In 19th century, where Mitchell introduced the concept of rest cure, where the woman has a fragile nature and she need to rest and in complete isolation, as witnessed in Charlotte Perkins Gilman, The Yellow Wallpaper. Next, the practice of gaslighting. So again, in order to the women who are non-conformist or having their opinions, they need to be silenced. So again, this is used to as a practice to silence women. In 19th and 20th century, Sigmund Freud used to link women mental health issues with psychological conflicts like penis envy or Oedipus complex. Again, this all leads to stigmatization. And next were some of the exemplary fictional characters. I would say Bertha Mason's Madwoman in the Attic, as in Charlotte Bronte, Lady Macbeth, Ophelia's tragic death, all linked to women's madness. Even Antoinette Casway's in White Sargasso in Jean Rice. Now, the facets of mental health in Bollywood cinema. Cinema being the reflection of society. Bollywood Hindi cinema has undergone significant transformation from stigma, sensationalism, and stereotype to sensitive, practical, and solution-focused portrayals, where there are different connotations attached to mental health, like unrequited love in connotation with academics, disability, addiction, where all leads to mental health issues. Here also the movies like Bhool Bhulaiya, Dear Zindagi, where there is empathetic portrayals of mental health issues, or there is a scientific understanding towards these issues, has been underrated, but it can be used as therapeutic tools, as coined in cinema to therapy, where the therapy is given by the cinema itself. So even the representation of mental health in Bollywood again become in sort of psychological thriller, or say domestic violence, sexual abuse. So here there is a tinge of substance available in the mental health, but not understood primarily. And it also works as a hypodermic needle theory, where there is Bollywood has the tendency, power, and authenticity to control and condition the masses in towards stigmatization as well as aversion. So now here in this my paper, I take Bhool Bhulaiya as a case study for my study. There is the movie Bhool Bhulaiya was directed by Priyadarshan, and it is a Bollywood Indian film which talks about dissociative identity disorder. And the trajectory of movie lies from the traditional clutches to the scientific understanding. Therefore, this is the reason why I have chosen this movie. So it again become into the it again translated into the genre of psychological horror comedy. Here the dots of even dotted Avni's personality with Manjulika. There also there is a commentary upon how women's emotions and mental health are often linked to romantic or domestic sphere. But with the entry of Aditya Srivastava, a psychiatrist, it marks the beginning of transition from arcane conceptions to scientific understanding. Now, a little bit about the commenting upon the cinematography. The Dutch angles has been used in creating a sense of disorientation and instability, reflecting Avni's fractured state of mind. Even the great labyrinthine of the palace acts as a metaphor of the mind. It acts the mind, how it is complex, mysterious, and filled with corners, staircases, and balconies. So these objects act as visual cues that guides audience understanding how past trauma or repressed emotions psychological ailment. The palace becomes the character itself, showcasing intricacies of mind, tangible or how tangible it is, and the hidden trauma it displays. Even the bi-aural sounds, the interplay between the traditional Rajasthani music and modern suspenseful music, it again parallels with the narrative shift from superstitions to psychological understanding. Here I conclude my presentation. It is a moving away, like Bollywood films, with the transition in the Bollywood films from films like Bhool Bhulaiya, Dear Zindagi, or in Khuda Hafiz too. We could say that it is a moving away from sensationalism and emphasizing evidence-based understanding. And here the Bollywood is playing a crucial role in combating stigma and mental health literacy in India through its authentic visual fictional depictions. And as the concern gains visibility in Indian society, Bollywood definitely play an increasing important role in shaping public perceptions and promoting wellness. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Soumya. Thank you for your insightful reports. And really, the Dutch analysis, the camera shot, framing, background music, and everything, all other that plays a major role in bringing something out to you. It's not only the script that works, but along with the script, the vision that the director takes to themselves during putting the frames and all things that works together. And rating all those Bollywood ideas and activities with the gender, the representation of gender, how things are represented, and how the witchcrafts and the woman narratives that have been showcases in that, and how mental evolution is much of a concern and that needed to be talked about. And thank you so much once again, Soumya, for your presentation. That was really an insightful presentation. Moving on, we have next presenter, Jyoti Rani. Jyoti Rani.
Yeah, good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. Good evening to the respected keynote speaker, chairperson, professor, research scholar, and my fellow presenters present here. I'm Jyoti Rani from the Department of English, Banaras Hindu University. Kindly allow me to share my screen.
Ma'am, you can go with the presentation.
Yeah, sure. Is it visible? Am I audible? My screen is visible. My presentation is visible or not?
You are audible, ma'am, but we cannot see your PPT presentation on the screen, which is just blank. We are not able to see that.
You're not able to see.
Yeah, ma'am. Now it's visible. We can clearly see it. Historical context of land rights.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you for accepting my topic. Yeah, so the topic of my presentation is historical context of land rights, exploring Ho women's role in agriculture through select Ho poems. So before starting my topic, I would like to introduce you all to the term Ho. So the question is, who are the Ho? Ho is derived from the word Horo, which in their language means man or human. They are an Austroasiatic Munda ethnic group of India, and they are mostly living in the West Singhbhum district of Jharkhand. According to the census of 2011, their population is approximately 7 lakh, and they are the fourth most numerous scheduled tribe in Jharkhand. So the question is, if they are the fourth most numerous scheduled tribe, then who are rest of the three? The rest of the three are Santals, Kuruks, and Mundas. Here I have added one picture that displays Ho mother and her children. This picture I have taken on my second field visit to the Chaivasa by Hatu village. In my next slide, I'm going to talk regarding the Ho women agricultural contribution in the field. So they are deeply integrated into the agrarian economy. So how they are deeply integrated in the agrarian economy? The answer is they are taking from easiest to toughest task in the field. They are also guiding men in while plugging the field. They are also helping them while breaking the clumps of soil with their unprotected hands, and also they are helping in preparation and cultivation of crops, in preparing manure, in transplanting rice seedlings, and many more things. Here I have displayed one picture that gives us the glimpse of four women working in the field. Again, this is the picture that I have taken in my field visit to their land. Before going into the land rights of horse, I want to introduce you all to the Chota Note Tenancy Act of 1908. This act introduced to save tribals from non-tribals. Generally, tribals refer as non-tribals to Dikus. Dikus are non-tribals, and this right was introduced to save them from non-tribals. According to coming particularly to the horse rights, in their culture and in their legal prospect, if they are not having any male heirs in their own family, then the land is designated or to be transferred to his brother or another next of kin or relative. And this Chota Nagpur Tenancy Act is applicable in Palamu Division, North and South Chota Nagpur Division, Kolhan and Santhal Paragana. So what about Ho women? What are their land rights? Their land rights, the land rights of women, either they are widows or unmarried, they are only liable for receiving money from the property. And in the case of married women, they have no right over their parental land. And in the case of marital relations, when they are wives, they have no right on their husband's property. Even they can claim that property through their son if they're fortunate enough to have a son. So in this part, I seek to examine the intersection of land rights and contribution of Ho women in agricultural practices through select Ho poems. Here, the paper argues for a re-evaluation of land policies to ensure that these women are not only acknowledged for their contribution, but also empowered and resources to sustain and enhance their livelihood. Coming to my next slide, where I have discussed few poems. One of the first poems is Hujume Gama Hujume, Come Rain Come by Sujata Purti. This poem is translated by me. Here, young and old lady, they are sowing and weeding. Come rain come. Young and old lady, mixing the soil. Come rain come. In this poem, we can understand that young and old lady are working according to their physical vitality and ability, and they are contributing in the agricultural field. Similarly, in one of the folk songs, here young girls are dancing by green fields and rivers, praying for a good harvest that nature delivers. In these lines, young girls are found in deeply rooted religious and cultural practices that encompass prayers and acts of worship. Their joyful expressions are accompanied by heartfelt prayers directed towards Mother Nature, beseeching her for a bountiful and healthy harvest. And the second poem, this is the last poem that I have quoted here. In this poem, to brighten the country, we have made our stand. We have made our stand. Friends, we will follow the 5-year plan. With hard work and effort, we will give it our all, and together we will rise, answering the call. Friends, for the progress of our land, we brothers and sisters, hand in hand, early in the morning, with the sun's first gleam, we will work together, fulfilling our dream. So in this poem, we may understand that
Ma'am, can
the
you
poet
please?
is highlighting. Yeah, I'll conclude that. That's
Sure,
my
ma'am.
second last slide.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
In this poem highlights the imperative nature of collaborative efforts within agricultural domain. In seeing the context of land rights, we may say that home women were not solely marginalized by the colonial regime, but were also subjected to oppression by home men, as they were unjustly stripped of their rightful access to land that ought to have been jointly recognized as theirs. Addressing this issue, it requires a multifaceted approach that includes legal reforms to ensure land rights for women, as well as initiatives to enhance their access to education, resources, and decision-making platforms. So this patriarchal structure prevalent within the community restricts home ownership and control over land, and this exclusion from land in some way or other is affecting all of their decisions, even outside the agricultural practices or inside the agricultural practices. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. You talked about how the patriarchal structure is still prevalent within the community and it is restricting women's ownership and the control over the land. How the exclusion of land ownership not only limits their economic independence but also their mental growth as well as their financial growth, but also curtails their ability to influence decisions related to agriculture practices, resource management, and you address the issue requires this issue requires a multifaceted approaches that includes legal reforms to ensure land rights for women. That was really needed. And yeah, if you segregate men and women different on the basis of that, there is definitely a hurdle that you need to cross for the sake of growth. So very well done, ma'am. That was really a nice and insightful presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the part of the conference.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on. Moving on, we have our next presenter is Dr. Swati Vijawat and Preet Haryani from Amity Law School, Amity University, Noida.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Preet. And please continue
Sir,
with the
am I
presentation.
audible?
Yes, Preet, you are.
Okay, sir. So, my name is Preet Haryani, and I am a second year law student from Amity Law School, Noida. So, just a second, I'll present my screen.
Sure.
Sir, is it visible?
You are audible, Preet, but we cannot see your presentation.
Just a second, sir. Is it visible now?
Not yet. But you can continue with the presentation. That's
Uh,
totally. We can see your presentation PPT.
okay,
Preet,
sir.
you can continue with the presentation.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So, is my presentation visible? So, with your
Yes,
permission,
yes.
can I start?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure, ma'am, sure.
So, the topic for my presentation is the stigma of child marriages in Rajasthan and the gap in the comprehensive rehabilitation mechanisms for girls affected with child marriage. So, moving ahead with the basic introduction, the Beginning of puberty signifies the end of childhood and start of adult responsibilities such as marriage and motherhood for millions of girls in developing nations. And despite being outlawed in certain countries, child marriage still prevails in many traditional civilizations. Also, child marriage is a long and standing custom within Rajasthan's ingrained cultural and norms and traditions. Now, moving on with child marriage in Rajasthan is deeply rooted and it is one of the social issue in Rajasthan. This practice infringes upon the fundamental rights of children and has profound lasting consequences. So, now we will examine some of the factors which contributes to this persistent problem. Now, some of the cultural factors that prevail this social issue are deeply rooted tradition. So, child marriage is one of the deeply rooted tradition. Some of the people believe that if a girl is married in her early age, it is for her safety and it is for her honor, and this is particularly prevailed in rural communities. Second prevalence and second cultural factors amounts to socio-economic factors. So some of the people believe that poverty and limited access to education mostly contributes to the practice, as families always think that raising a daughter is always the financial burden on them. Third comes the gender inequality. Traditional gender roles and beliefs about a girl's role in society perpetuate this practice. The fourth cultural factor amounts to child marriage is lack of awareness. So many communities are still not aware about the fact that child marriage has many harmful effects and legal implications. Moving on to the next slide, which tells us about the legal framework and enforcement challenges. So, the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act of 2006 criminalizes child marriage in India. Now, child marriage not only has emotional impact on child brides, but it also has psychological and social impact. So, first is early pregnancy and childbirth. Girls are often forced to marry before their bodies are ready for pregnancy and childbirth. Second comes the educational disruption. So, child marriage often leads to girls dropping out of school and losing access to education. Third, psychological and social impact is social isolation and stigma. So, child brides are often isolated due to this reason. The next amounts to domestic violence and abuse. Child brides are more vulnerable to domestic violence and abuse from their husbands and in laws. Fifth is psychological trauma. As I mentioned earlier, that it not only amounts to emotional trauma, but yes, it also amounts to psychological trauma at a great point, resulting in depression and anxiety. Now, what are the barriers to accessing rehabilitation services? First is lack of awareness. Due to lack of awareness, many child brides are not able to avail the services. Secondly, social stigma and fear of reprisals. Third barrier amounts to financial constraints. Many families cannot afford the cost of transportation, accommodation, and other expenses that are associated with accessing rehabilitation services. And yes, lastly, that is limited access to information. Many child brides often lack access to information about available services and how to access them. Next comes the existing rehabilitation mechanisms. Though we have some existing rehabilitation mechanisms, but yes, it has its limitations too. Shelter homes, counseling and education programs, legal aid services have been provided, but mostly are not availed by people in the right manner. Next is gaps in comprehensive rehabilitation approaches. First comes the lack of holistic support. Next is limited psychological support. So few services provide adequate psychological support, but yes, again, it is not provided in a right manner. Then comes the inadequate skill development. There is a lack of vocational training programs and economic empowerment opportunities to help child brides become financially independent. Next, we move on to recommendations for improving rehabilitation programs. First is community awareness. So, it is very important to raise awareness about the harmful effects of child marriage, because if we need to rehabilitate, yes, awareness is important at certain level. Then comes the education and empowerment programs. Providing educational opportunities and vocational training to child brides is very essential. Next is psychological support. Providing access to culturally appropriate psychological counseling and support services is very crucial. Then comes the legal aid and advocacy. Strengthening legal aid services and providing advocacy support to child brides is essential to protect their rights. Thank you so much. That was all with my presentation.
Thank you so much, Preet, for your presentation. And you talked about how the traditions are deeply rooted and how it is socio-economic cultures are affecting the fact, you know, by day, but still there's some features, some places and some areas are still there are facing this problem and issues. And the stigma of child marriages in Rajasthan and the other states are still prevalent there. That was really an insightful paper presentation. Thank you so much, Preet and Dr. Swati. Now moving on with our next presentation, Preeti from IIT Roorkee, Uttarakhand. Preeti from IIT Roorkee.
Hello all. Am I audible?
Yes, Preeti, you're audible.
Yes. Hi, I'm Preeti, research scholar from IIT Roorkee, Uttarakhand.
Okay.
I'm going to present. Just a second.
Ready
I'm
with your
going to present.
presentation?
Yes. I'm just presenting.
Okay.
Just a second.
So next in the line is Rudya Sasi T. Please be ready with your presentation. Okay, Preeti, you can continue with your paper.
Is my presentation visible?
Not yet.
Wait. I'm just. Okay. Is it visible now?
Yes, Preeti, you can continue with the presentation.
Okay. So I'm here to present my paper Bridging Fashion and Disability, a critical exploration of clothing in Bollywood movie Black 2005 and Gujarish 2010. So to begin with, firstly, I will like to give you the overview of fashion. Fashion is a universal language that transcends gender, cultural, and identity boundaries. It allows everyone to express their creativity and individuality, making it an exclusive medium of self expression for all. Fashion is more than just clothing, it is the greatest sum of its past, a megaphone for articulation where words simply will not work. The way we transmit signals through our fashion choices help us communicate our identity. And in that case, cinema, the landscape of cinema is vigorous and compelling, which caters to the demand for inclusive trends with offerings that embrace marginalized groups like disability. The industry has become more pronounced with an increased focus on social issues and the inclusion of disabled community, casting performers from a variety of backgrounds including various ethnicities, genders, sexual orientations and abilities is becoming increasingly important. So, as the Desmond Morgan says, it is impossible to wear clothes without transmitting social signals. It is very important to know that fashion usually idolizes the perfect human form, which has little to say about diversity and disability, and it also communicates the social economic status, the identity, social standing in the society. But disabled people are not frequently associated with fashion or seen in the fashion industry, which is why more exposure for persons with disability in the fashion industry is critical. Fashion offers people with disability self expression, but their visibility is very scarce. This paper explores the diverse nature of fashion and identity through a close examination of cinematic narrative, Black and Guzarish. The article tries to highlight that individuals with disabilities can form fulfilling interpersonal connections, leading to increased self confidence, self acceptance, reduced stigma, and stronger bonds through the power of clothing rather than the preconceived notion which considers them as pitiable and the dependent creature. It also challenges the misconception of burdensome disabled individuals and underscores the importance of fashion inclusivity in the mainstream environment, emphasizing that equality necessitates visibility for disabled individuals in the clothing industry. In addition to contributing to the representation of people with disability in cinema, this article peeks into many facets of disability and present how disabled people are also equal stakeholders in the society. So, how clothing informs the identity of characters in the film? It's it says that in Guzarish characters, clothing does much more than simply dress them. It transmits their stories and can be interpreted as actors' second skin. Uh, each element adds to a complex, intricate visual narratives by thoughtfully reflecting the movie's emotional terrain and the characters' inner lives. The world of Gazarish, which is one of beauty, pain, and suffering, love, and longing, is created in part of by the clothes. Every texture, shade, and character silhouette convey the character's hidden feeling. So, costumes can contribute to foreshadowing and symbolism, adding layers to details to the story that resonate on both conscious and subconscious level. In Guzarish, the characters' personalities, themes, and moods are all heavily affected by their attire. Sanjay Leela Bhansali, in his another movie Black, are also heavily influenced by the clothes worn by each character. The movie, which centers on the life of Helen Keller, concentrates on Michelle McNally, a young lady played by Rani Mukherjee. Michelle's attire is also indicative of her development during the movie. She frequently wears simple, dark, and demure clothing as a youngster, symbolizing her early difficulties with quiet and darkness. As a woman, she is also bombarded by the frequent exposure to societal norms. The norms themselves are unrealistic. She gets conscious about her clothing being a disabled woman in a society. So, we can say that it is more difficult for a disabled woman than a disabled man in a society to reflect their progression towards self awareness, independence, and empowerment. In movie Black, her teacher Debra's outfits, which occasionally have a coarse, disabled appearance, reflect both his intensive, innovative teaching style and his obstacles with alcoholism
Can you
and his
please wrap it
declining
up?
health. Yes, I'm
Sure,
just.
ma'am. Thank you.
So, in the next slide, I would like to discuss about the psychological makeup of characters through clothing. Enclothed cognition describes the notion that a person's psychological state can be influenced by their clothing choices, and society would categorize people as respectable or immoral on the basis of how individuals would represent themselves. The symbolic value inherent in particular clothing items, such as a lab coat or suit, might enhance mental performance, focus, or confidence when worn. The film Black, society would categorize people as respectable as immoral, and the film Black, loosely inspired by Helen Keller's life, uses clothing as a vital tool to reflect Michelle's psychological and emotional state throughout the life journey. In movie Guzarish, Ethan Messerin's clothing also acts as a character in conveying his psychological makeup throughout the movie. And in both of the movie, costumes are commonly seen as the symbolic language that is used to express an actor or actress role in movie. I would like to conclude my presentation with the with the some points. This study evaluates disabled character through dramas on film and goes into extensive detail about them using costume design components. It is evident from both academic and practical perspectives that in films, clothing design is one of the most important tools for defining people, articulating feelings, and advancing the plot. Additionally, it offers some reference value for additional advances in related field. Costume is one of the indispensable component in films and can influence the viewers on a mass scale. This paper also takes the efforts to examine inclusiveness, diversity, fashion representation of people with disability in the mainstream celluloid and the mainstream fashion landscape, this narrative shift won't be apparent until disabled people are represented and treated equally by the society. The diversity, justice, and inclusion are more than just social norms. Through the power of clothing, the article aims to dispel the preconceived notion that perceives people with disabilities as helpless and dependent beings, and instant underscores how fulfilling interpersonal connections can be for these people, resulting in increased self confidence, self acceptance, and decreased stigma. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Preeti. Thank you so much, Vidya. So, Preeti, sorry, I'm a bit confused. And yes, your paper talked about the diverse nature of fashion and identity through a close examination of the cinematic narratives of Black and Gujaris, and how the clothing
Yes.
affects the role, and the costume plays a major and vital role in the representation. And also, you do think
Yes.
about the representation of disabled people in the movies, in the and how the preconceived notion about disability affects the nature and the thought perception of the person. That was a very good paper presentation. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Preeti. And moving forward, we have next presentation, Vidya Sasiti
Yes,
from
sir, I'm here.
Yeah. Okay, ma'am. Are you ready with the presentation, ma'am?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
And the next
Can you share?
presenter is R. Divyana Akshay M. And after this, we have one offline presenter, Satakshi Chakraborty. Sorry, my mistake, Satakshi Srivastav, who is going to present from here. Okay, Ritya, you can continue with the presentation.
Thank you, sir. Sir, is my slide is visible, sir?
Not yet, ma'am.
My God. 1 second, sir.
Sure, ma'am.
Now?
It is going to be sooner. Yes, ma'am. It's visible now.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, all. I'm Hridya here, research scholar from Etraj College for Women, Chennai. My presentation is on the topic of food and gender, a study of Anita Nayar's Alphabet Soup for Lovers. The presentation explores the intersection of food, gender, class, and cultural identity, revealing the layers of oppression and resistance that shapes the character through Spivak's concept. In this novel, excuse me, sir, I'm not able to move the slide. 1 second. 1 second. Yeah. In this novel, food is used as a metaphor and a tool for expressing emotions, relationships, and identities, particularly from a gendered perspectives. A short sum up of the story. Komati, one of the narrator, works as a servant on Anamale Hills in the household of Lena, the protagonist. She had come to the family to look after Lena as a child. Lena lives with her husband KK, and both of them are indifferent to each other. A new chapter begins in her life when a visitor comes to stay at the guest house they rent. The guest turns out to be Shulapani, one of the leading actors of Tamil cinema. In need of a break from the film shooting routine and his unhappy marriage, he has come to this place with a shaven head, hoping that no one will recognize him. But Lena recognizes him at the very first meeting itself, and the two form an unlikely connections. The objective of this study is the study will focus on how food functions as a medium through which subaltern identities, particularly gendered and culture, are both constructed and silenced within the narrative, highlighting the intersection of power, identity, and resistance. The research gap. The research gap is the how do intersectional factors like gender, class, caste, sexuality, and ability influence the relationship between food, love, and intimacy in romantic relationships, particularly in the Indian context? The theoretical framework, the framework used here is Spivak's subaltern theory to examine how the narrative represents gender subalternity in a way that highlights both empowerment and limitations to female agency with a cultural context. The method is qualitative research methodology, and I'm going to analyze this. The narrative structure of Alphabet Soup for Lovers is shaped by a dual perspective intertwining the voices of Komati, the cook, and the caretaker with those of Lena, the protagonist. Through their alternating viewpoints, the novel offers a layered exploration of personal and cultural dynamics. We are extracting select elements of Komati's journey in learning English, particularly her connection to food, and analyzing them through the lens of Spivak's theoretical concepts. Silencing and marginalization. Lena, the central character in Alphabet Soup for Lovers by Anita Nair, can be analyzed through the themes of silencing and marginalization, particularly through the lens of feminist theory. Lena's life is influenced by the cultural norms and traditions that dictate her behavior as a wife and a woman in patriarchal society. Her desires, emotions, and individuality are often repressed in favor of fulfilling societal expectation. Despite having a deeper inner world, she seldom articulates her needs and feelings, leading to a form of self-silencing. Self-silencing. Open quotes. Do you know how we clean the chepakadangu? Chepakadangu means colocasia. We put it in a cloth and beat it against a stone. These are the thoughts of Komati on Lena. The skin flakes off them. Then somebody I hope that this woman whom I brought up will emerge from where she has hidden herself. Close quotation. These are the quotes from Anita Nair's Alphabets for Soup for Lovers from Komati, describing Lena's character. Lena's struggles are a significant aspect of her character. This internal silence, where she does not openly confront a dissatisfaction, speaks to the broader issue of how women are taught to suppress their desires to preserve external harmony. Her silence is a reflection of the larger societal pattern where women's voices are often considered less important or even irrelevant. The reference to karveppalai means curry leaves is not a woman's friend, hints at a deeper social or cultural significance. Though curry leaves are essential in cooking and elevate the flavor of dishes as described, like salt, karveppalai brings alive every dish it is added to. They are also treated as something that may not be visible or glorified in the same way as other more prominent ingredients. This parallels how women's contributions, though essential, are often taken for granted and rendered invisible. The silencing of karveppalai as a metaphor for women's experiences reflects the broader social silencing of women's roles. Just curry leaves are necessary for completing a dish, but not always praised. Women's contributions are vital, but often silenced by social norms that marginalize their work. Gendered roles and expectations. Women are expected to adhere to traditions when
Can
cooking.
you please wrap it up?
Yeah. Such as
Sure.
avoiding the preparation of the dish on certain days or during menstruation. For example, the preparation of urgai pickles is strict and deeply gendered. It is essential to complete the task before the moon is fully obscured by clouds on an Amavasya night. Engaging with the pickle jar is prohibited following intimate relations with a man. This reflects the way cultural practices are often used to regulate women's behavior and reinforce gender roles. In accordance with traditional customs, karveppalai curry leaf says, touch it on the days we bleed, it will dry up. It will not dry up if a man who beats his wife, starves his mother, or rapes a 2-year-old girl goes near it. These are the quotes from Anita Nair's Alphabet Soup for Lovers. Just as karveppalai is crucial but discarded after serving its purpose, women are expected to fulfill their gendered roles and are often marginalized once their roles are completed. Anita Nair's Urgai and karveppalai as a metaphor to highlight how women are subjected to gendered roles and expectations that simultaneously rely on their contribution and marginalize them. Food and symbol of Food as a symbol of love and power. Food often serves as a cultural and emotional bridge between individuals. It is not just a means of sustenance, but also a mode of communication, a way to express care, affection, and the desire for connection. In the context of food studies, the act of sharing food often mirrors intimacy and trust. Here, the coffee acts as a significant symbol, although Lena finds the coffee bitter and artificial, which is prepared by Shula Pani. She drinks it. This act can be seen as a subtle performance of affection and submission. In this case, coffee symbolizes a connection or bond between individuals. Here, despite the taste being unpleasant, the act of drinking his coffee signals acceptance of the relationship and a willingness to participate in the world he offers her. Shulapani's reflection, I don't think I have drunk as much coffee in my entire life as I have in the last 2 days, is highlights the symbolic power of food and drink in fostering emotional connections. Here, coffee is not merely a beverage, it becomes a medium for intimacy and a pretext for the increasing proximity. Conclusion, the novel food functions as more than nourishment. It becomes a medium through which gender roles and expectations are reinforced. The protagonist's meticulous care in serving food and her reflections on how women often lose themselves in their relationships with men illustrate the societal pressure that bind women to their roles as caretakers. These acts of service symbolize the broader patriarchal structures that confine women to the domestic sphere and limit their agency. By analyzing the novel through Spivak's framework, we see the complexity of these power dynamics and the subtle ways in which women navigate and at times resist them. Spivak emphasizes the limitations of external structures of knowledge, the need for personal agency, and the rejection of essentialist thinking. The idea of trusting control of your own life becomes a powerful metaphor for the subaltern struggle to assert their own voice in a world dominated by perspective and hegemonic discourse. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much,
sir.
Pratia. Thank you so much for your presentation. You talked about how the gender roles and their expectations and how the food becomes a symbol of love and power at the same time, and how the man functions alternatively according to their mood in comparison to the food and love they get. And you talk about the restrictive notions about the mentality and the mentality of the man during that period of menstruation. When women menstruate, there are certain notions and there are certain norms that are set by the society, the colonial influence that we talked about. And the paper was really insightful. And yes, food and gender, and comparing Anita Nayar's novel Alphabet Soup of Love for Lovers is really an insightful and a good take on the point. Thank you so much, Radhya, for that. Our next presenter is Adivya and Akshaya M.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Let me share my screen.
Yeah, your screen is visible.
No, sir, this is not my screen. I want Radhya to close the screen.
Okay, okay. So, Hridaya, can you please close your screen so that Divya and Akshay can share theirs?
Yes, sir. I have closed it, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Hridaya.
Yes, my screen is visible, sir?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
But you can continue with the presentation, Divya. That's
Yes,
all right.
sir.
Okay. So, shall we start, Divya? Ma'am, are you continuing with your presentation, PPT? So do you need some time because we have an offline presenter who can continue with our presentation? I think Divya ma'am needs some time. So I'm moving on to next. We have another presenter, offline presenter, Dr. Shatakshi Srivastava, who is presenting on cultural crossroads, colonial and post-colonial narratives, a glossary of impressions and expressions.
Hello, sir. Sir, this is
back.
Divya, sorry.
You're back. Okay, okay. So,
Yeah, I'm
want to
sorry, sir.
present?
Sorry for the. Yeah, I want to present.
Okay, okay. Divya, continue with your presentation.
So, yes, sir, yes, sir. This is Divya. Greetings to everyone. And our topic is wounds of the environment, uncovering the hidden traumas of climate change. And the aim of the study is to explore the prevalence and manifestation and the impacts of eco-anxiety and eco-grief within the context of eco-trauma, and providing a comprehensive understanding to inform the mental health interventions and policy responses. And the statement of the problem is the psychological distress linked to the environmental degradation, such as eco-anxiety and eco-grief, is becoming more recognized as climate change intensifies. And the existing literature often treats eco-anxiety and eco-grief in isolation, neglecting the broader context of eco-trauma, which encompasses the full range of psychological impacts caused by the environmental changes. So the objective of the study is to measure and analyze the prevalence of eco-anxiety and eco-grief among the individuals and communities, and to identify and evaluate the coping mechanism and resilience strategies. The third objective is to advocate for the inclusion of mental health consideration in climate policies and resilience planning. So the hypothesis of the study is we have derived three hypotheses. And the first one is there is a significant prevalence of eco-anxiety and eco-grief among individuals and communities affected. And the second one is eco-trauma manifests in distinct psychological symptoms. No significant coping mechanisms or resilience strategies are provided. And the research gap is need for comprehensive research on eco-trauma, intersection of mental health and climatic policies, holistic approach to the climatic adaptations. And the eco-trauma, eco-anxiety, and everything comes under the broader concept of eco-psychology, which explores the relationship between humans and the natural environment, emphasizing the interconnectedness of mental health, mental well-being, and ecological health. And the research is designed as the qualitative approach and phenomenological methodology, purposive sampling, and open-ended questions for the interviews. And according to the discourse from the interviews, we have derived the eco-anxiety and we have defined the eco-trauma as such as follows. Eco-anxiety, it is a direct impact of the environmental uncertainty. It is a multidimensional nature of eco-anxiety, and it is a cumulative emotional fatigue. And about eco-grief, it is a profound sense of personal loss and feeling of helplessness and powerlessness. And it is the awareness of environmental fragility. And about eco-trauma, we can say it is an immediate and enduring psychological impact, and it is an anticipatory anxiety and chronic stress. It is the feeling of helplessness and the professional strain. So some of the coping mechanisms like it has social support and peer solidarity, and action-oriented coping through advocacy and restorative connections with nature. So the conclusion is the survivors faced significant emotional and psychological challenges as a result of their exposure to environmental disasters, with eco-anxiety, eco-grief, and eco-trauma affecting both their personal and professional lives. Since we have taken the recent incident of Wayanad landslide, and we have taken three affected people from the landslide as a sample. And with that, from their discourses, we have derived this conclusion where their personal coping mechanisms like social support and reconnecting with nature were helpful. They were insufficient of fully managing the emotional burden and highlighting the necessities of structured mental health and interventions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Divya. And yes, definitely the hidden trauma refers to the internalized stress, anxiety, and grief that arises from the witnessing environmental destruction, emphasizing the need for a more holistic understanding of climate change impacts, including our psychological dimensions. We also need to look at it. Thank you. Thank you so much for insight. And the next is our offline presenter, Dr. Satakshi Srivastava. She is going to present from here. And I'm just going to share her PPT and she will continue with her presentation. The second one. Please, ma'am.
Very good evening to all. This is Dr. Satakshi Srivastava. And my topic is Cultural Crossroads, Colonial and Post-Colonial Narratives, a glossary of impressions and expressions. Indian writing in English holds a distinguished position in the bulk of the Third World War literature. Indian culture, society, caste, and gender practices bear a deep impact of the Raj era. Indian writers tried their hands in whatever genre they found, making themselves recognized on the global platform, be it novel, story, poetry, essay, biography, autobiography, cinema, music, drama, and whatnot. The journey that the trio of 1930s, R.K. Narayan, Mulkraj Anand, Raja Rao were apostles of, has reached to claiming global level awards and acknowledgement with Kiran Desai, Arundhati Roy, Amitabh Ghosh. Colonial and post-colonial literature worldwide gave voice to the unheard, worked as an insight into what was hitherto unseen to large portion of the globe, a collective emotion which was desperate to be released. Talking about India, political, religious, and social unrest were the gifts we received from them. The biggest blow was the partition. The major difference between colonial and post-colonial narratives is that the focus on different issues. During colonization, it was on building a collective national consciousness from the perspective of freedom movement. Authors like Mulkraj Anand, Raja Rao, Khushwant Singh hail from the generation that recorded the colonizer-colonized equation. Post-colonization means after India got independence in 1947, it shifted to the search for the list identity of those who suffered the impact of the Raj for so long. Migration, poverty, caste and religion disparities, and above all, the loss of individuality became the central theme for the bulk of literature during that era. Across the Black Waters by Mulkraj Anand features a representative of the dilemma of a colonized Indian youth, Lalu, who has to choose his call between duties of a responsible citizen of the country and the bread earner of his family. Lalu hails from a poor peasant family who have hardly anything to do with the world war or the freedom of India. They are engrossed into their efforts of fulfilling basic needs of food and shelter. Kantapura, the magnum opus by Raja Rao, is saturated with the agitation of the ongoing freedom movement across the country. It narrates the ongoing unrest in a distant southern village, Kantapura, through the perspective of the elderly lady Achika. The society is dissected by religion, caste, class, education, economy, but is one and united for the country. India's partition was a long nightmare that gave birth to a bulk of literature recording the pain, horror, suffering, loss, violence, massacre, bloodshed, and all. Khushwant Singh's Train to Pakistan is set in a fictional village, Mano Majra, and is a picturesque novel dealing with the freedom and eventual partition in August 1947. Post-independence, Indian writing in English shifted to the themes of culture clash, uprootment, migration, individual identity. The influence of exposure and education was evident in the rebellion within the society and family structures as well. Gender bias were being challenged, class and caste systems being questioned and ridiculed. In Upmanyu Chatterjee's English August, the protagonist is influenced by the English mindset. He frowns upon the Indianness of Indians despite being an Indian himself. He confronts the reality of his country when gets posted in a distant southern rural area called Madna. The setting is that of 1983 India, when Agastya leaves his big city Delhi to perform his official duties. Till now, Delhi was inferior to England for him, but since he is introduced to Madna, He is anything but shocked as a whole lot is deprived of basic needs of electricity, clean water, education, hygiene, etc. Initially, he is determined to go safe and complete his tenure, but later gets to make things better for the population there. Bharti Mukherjee, a significant representative of women diaspora literature, in her novel Jasmine, records the saga of an Indian woman who emphasizes the need for individuality. The eponymous protagonist switches her identity as she switches places, but establishes herself as a strong feminine, notwithstanding the names. While Bharti Mukherjee and other women diasporic writers focus on the double colonized status of women who hail from the colonized lands and the migrant generations, Kamla Das tells us why it is so. What does double colonized refer to, after all? The gender bias, losing identity within the family, name callings in the society, role play conditioning. A woman has to cross numerous hurdles within the boundaries of home and around. Her poem An Introduction is a specimen of what should be an actual introduction to women. Apart from this phenomenal poem, she accepts herself with all her virtues and vices, everything good and bad that went by in her life, as she identifies herself as a human being, notwithstanding the gender. The woman-centric literature practices themes of denouncing patriarchy and challenges it. Kamla Das, however, starts with the basic of humanity, meaning
Ma'am,
acknowledging
can you
humans
please
as
wrap it
humans
up?
first and then units of a system. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Just a second. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your presentation. And yes, the cultural crossroads explore the intersection of colonial influence and indigenous identity in literature. We talked about Khuswat Singh through a reflection of Sadat Hasan Manto captures the trauma of partition and colonial mismanagement, revealing deep emotional scars. While similarly, we talked about Manu Chatterjee's English August portrays the alienation of post-colonial youth, grappling with English cultural legacies. And these are really helpful insights. Now I would like uh, Dr. Nutan ma'am to take over and share some words with us to wrap up the session. Please, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Prashant sir. Thank you so very much. And I guess that we are already running short of time. We have
Yes,
run
ma'am.
out the
And I
time.
hope I have managed well, ma'am.
Yeah. You did a great job. You did a great job. It was not beyond imagination that will be.
Really, we extend our heartfelt thanks to you for chairing the session with such
Yes.
a grace and expertise, ma'am.
Yes, the moderation was actually absolutely fine, as in, and then you have done my work easier in the sense you have already given gist of every session by the end of it. So yes, beginning with ma'am's presentation, I cannot actually go without mentioning about ma'am's presentation. I reiterate my words of saying that ma'am has really, in true sense, in the words and spirit, she has mentioned, she has proved on this platform that being an Indian, she proved to be a real Bharatiya. And means talking about with so much of a grip over, from traditions to every different aspect of it. It was really means mesmerizing experience. It was quite a mesmerizing experience when she
mentioned about Ramcharitmanas and mentioned about Raja Janak, Raja Dasrath. Yes, truly. In fact, Raja Dashrath with his folded hand. In fact, we have also heard that he touched the feet of Janak. That Kanyadan you are doing, so you are the giver. You are the giver. So yes, rightly, I felt that this the theme of all the papers did justice with the theme of this international conference, and in no way means looking at the various diverse themes, I could feel that this is going to meet the purpose of this conference, and it was met in true word and spirit. So although I had so many things to say, but then looking at this time, I feel that everybody must be now looking at the watch to go. And ma'am's all those thought-provoking questions about Parda system, about the mention of Rigga Veda, that what the minimum age of the girls and the boys' marriage, mention about Megadutam, everything, that's so much of pondering is required for all these things. So I just put my full stop to here. Each one of you did a great job. I don't want you to miss your cabs and miss your watch in reaching your home. Thank you so much, and all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your expertise, and yes, that's concluding the session. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much once again for your invaluable contribution, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, and thank you so much to the every participants who was there in the group and who presented their paper. The paper were really insightful and helpful. Thank you so much once again. And now you can leave the session, the participants, and that's a wrap up. Thank you, ma'am.